mistaken. I have the high ground.
You underestimate my power.
Don't try it.
Don't try it, Elliot.
That was fantastic. You got me wanting to watch Star Wars. I watched a great review of all the latest stuff, and this guy, oh, there he is.
There he is. I don't mean to distract you. He's just like right in between us.
He is. I discovered that little guy the other day when I was on your channel.
I discovered a little guy. Oh, you're futzing around with my channel.
Yeah, I was
Were
like,
you?
This. I couldn't help myself. It was too fun.
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on in here. All right, let me see. Let me open this up in YouTube and see if there's anybody here because we need help. I need help.
Dun, 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 dun,
does anybody watching? Timotei, hello, Mr. Hellstorm, Jeff Potts. Anybody know what happened? Like, okay, hi King Crow. For some reason, my Cintiq started to work again, but when I go to use it, my stylus, when I drag it across my Cintiq, it doesn't line up with my Cintiq. It actually goes across both computers. So like right now, I'm right here on my Cintiq, but it's on my other monitor. And then if I go far enough over here, I end up. Wait, what happened? Wait, something weird happened when I switched what side my monitor was on. Now I'm not on my monitor at all. I'm not on my Cintiq at all. Someone help me. Elliot doesn't know what to do. Does anybody know?
I have no idea.
Move my hand. You can't see Max. Oh, Max is gone. Look at that. Nick Sonata, Crash Landon, guy from Red Bank, Eric Hawkins. Recalibrate. Okay. How do I do that?
I don't know.
All right. I'm going to go look up.
Isaac.
Man.
You're having your troubles. I'm having my troubles.
What are your troubles? Tell me your troubles. Maybe it'll make my troubles seem much less interesting.
Oh, there's that. Yeah. No, I'm trying to get this. I'm turning my mermaid art into a t-shirt design.
Oh, lovely.
But I'm having a hard time of converting it. You know what? To heck with it.
Well, here's another strange thing. I'm sorry. Sorry, this is I squirrel. You know how I squirrel.
Yeah.
My Cintiq is squatted. It's kind of squatty, like it's stretched out this way.
Right.
Nick Sonata says, first make sure your Cintiq has a charge, then make sure you read the manual.
Well, the Cintiq doesn't need a charge.
No, it's plugged in.
Yeah.
Victor asks, Elliot, did you design that Predator shirt?
I did not. This is my buddy. I wish I did. It's cool. My buddy Beast Wreck.
Victor says, Elliot, I want that Predator shirt.
You can go to beastwreck.com.
I think he wants the one you're wearing.
Oh. I'm afraid I might shock all the ladies. No, I'm just kidding. You don't want that. All
right, let's do it.
Whoa.
Nobody wants my San Antonio Lone Star State shirt.
Oh, what's up?
All right, let me try calibrating first. Monitor. 2. Calibrate. All right. Click on a target as it appears. Bing. Bing.
Eric Hawkins says Victor wants it to smell like honey when he gets it.
Okay, that's calibrated, but now it's till too squatty. I got the squatty on. Let me see how it looks. Let me if I share screen.
I don't know, man.
I will share screen too here. Oh, sorry, I gotta get rid of this
get
thing.
the Tucker off there.
Well, it's not squatty on that screen. What's going on?
So you just got? Did you get it repaired?
Dadgummit. What did I do?
Seal off the front door.
No, I didn't get it repaired. It was just there. So it works fine.
Yeah, put the door down.
Works fine there. But as soon as I move, I move it into this monitor and it just squishes up.
Yeah. So
All right, who was the smart guy who said calibrate?
somebody.
I need more. I need more suggestions like that. That worked great. Here's your problem, Mike. Windows. Thank you so much. Very helpful.
Yeah, there's that too.
Elliot, I want you to produce a Predator shirt I can buy. That is a great way to get fans of that franchise to be aware of you. Wrong aspect ratio, says Crash Landon. Where do I fix that? On monitors? Yeah, I do have a topic.
Do you? Oh, I saw it.
You saw it?
So,
Isn't that sad?
no, yes, probably, but dang it, Michael.
I mean, it just seems so. Why?
Why?
Why would you do that?
That's why I don't buy them anymore. I went to the store recently. I saw they're not well done. I'm disappointed in all that. No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Oh, settings, system,
Told the settings. Told you.
display.
Oh, yep. Who's saying this?
Resolution.
Oh, that's right. Crash Landon's right. It's the wrong aspect ratio. Yeah.
Stand in front of the workbench.
All right. Well, where do I go to aspect ratio? I have resolution.
Isn't there a way to click on the
Advanced
monitor? Can you click on the is there a monitor on your, like you can click on and then see if it gives you like a reading as to it might give you some settings off of that.
2. I'm clicking on 2. Here, let me move this over here so I can. So this is what I got. I'm clicking on 2.
Okay,
Someone tell me what to do. You're my IT.
Landon,
explain to me what I am doing incorrectly.
I'm taking a closer look here. So you're on display, right? All right. And you scroll up. Is there a scroll you can go up there at all?
I can scroll down.
There you go. There you go. Right there it says display resolution. That's your ratio. Maybe you might have to change that to something. What do you know what your model is? If you know what the model is, you can just look it up real quick and it'll tell you what resolution is supposed to be.
Are these the guys?
Because you have it right now. You have one of the square ones, right? You have an older square Cintiq. It's more like a television size, old school television.
No. It's this.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. It may not be 1024 by 768. It might be something else.
1152 by 8.
Possibly. That's what I'm saying. Look up the model in the back under the on the sticker. It should indicate what model it is, and then just do a quick search for that and figure out what the resolution is for it.
DTZ 1200WG. That one?
All right, let me see.
DTZ 1200W.
DTZ 100W. It sounds like. Let's see. Let's search Cintiq. Got hardware manual. I'm gonna see resolution.
Don't cut the blue wire, or maybe cut the red wire. Whatever it is, don't cut it. What's up, Donchin? All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and click this one. No, wait, that's the one I was on. 1152 by 864. Nope, that's not right either.
You there?
That wasn't the right size.
All right, it says here native resolution of 1280 by 800.
Booyah! Oh, look at that.
Is it working?
Keep changes. Thank you very much. Look at that. Look at that.
I
Thank
was
you,
right.
sir.
I was right the
Thank
first
you.
time, right?
Thank you, everyone, including you, Elliot.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You were right. I was wrong.
It doesn't matter, bro.
I was seeking help, and you guys helped me. I am blessed.
Oh,
blessed.
yeah.
Somebody had a question. Well-read user asked, Mike, how did it go with the War Campaign guys today after Mecca's show? I've got War Campaign guys apologizing to me for what they have done. I'm not going to name individuals because it's not, but how wonderful is that?
Really?
Because of the revelations of, I guess, this past week. I've got War Campaign guys apologizing to me.
What are the revelations? I'm confused.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to get into the whole thing.
Okay. No. Later we'll talk about it. That's good, I guess, right? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
It's
good.
amazing. It's amazing.
I mean, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Absolutely. By Jerkmonger's beard.
By Jerkmonger's beard. That's astonishing.
No, that's cool, man. I guess. Yeah.
Nixie says, "What are the revelations?" Don't leave us hanging. I could just do a short version, but I don't want to make it the topic.
Don't make it a topic then. Don't worry about it.
I mean, if people don't know, 36 people are here and they don't know.
I honestly don't pay attention to what's going on out there. So
okay, I'll just do a short version. We're not going to turn it into a topic because the topic is white toy boy. White toy is boy. This is
which toy is that?
It's the new design on the left. The right is the photograph of the actual woman with the curves and the sex appeal. The one on the left is the toy that they're now making.
But is that must be a hot toy?
He's boy.
That's a hot toy.
That's not even an A cup. That's like a half a. My cup underfloweth.
That looks a little like. I actually, what I was thinking sounds bad.
It's no shape, says Matthew Costin. He says no shape.
Hey, it's Matt Costin.
It's got a shape. Straight is a shape.
Yeah, that's like a hot toy. Yeah.
My 13-year-old son has a more womanly shape than this toy.
Yeah, I'd like to see the side view of that. The side breast, side boob.
I mean,
because
you can see.
Maybe it's deceiving.
It's very much up here.
Well, hold on.
And the real woman is down here.
Couple of things. This is a white fabric because it's definitely fabric, but it's also on a small toy, and that hair, that molded hair, might be disrupting the form along with those strap things on her.
You see how here and here it's almost parallel.
Yeah.
See how here and here makes nice V. You might say an hourglass.
Well, I guess I wonder how she feels about it. Actually, I wonder how.
I don't know. And then look at the face. They gave her the. It's very well sculpted. But
of the limited
looks like she's angry.
In the limited,
I guess.
In the limited opportunities I've had to see what your wife actually looks like, it kind of looks like what I think she looks like on the face. Like when she's looking at you, like Michael. That's what I kind of think she's saying.
Stop talking about that A-cup toy.
Michael.
Oh no. Well, red user, you're terrible. That's the stand.
That's funny. That's very funny. Good job. Good observation. Yeah.
Jeffbot says they made it in the shape of gender type 12. They're being extra inclusive.
Well, she also has the shoulder pads. I'm really trying hard here, man. I don't know what to say. Because they got her hips right.
I don't think they did.
Yeah, it kind of. She doesn't seem to have a lot of. She's not very hippie. She's very athletic.
I think it's because of the straightness of her upper body and the lack of shape here. It just flows down, so you really lose the hourglass.
Remember how great she's
not that tall, so she is actually quite. She's as far as hippie goes. This wasn't even like the best photograph I grabbed of her to show her.
We all know what she looks like. I want to see what this toy looks more like.
Hippitude.
That's a Hot Toy, right? That's from Hot Toys.
I don't know. I grabbed it off Andy Park's Facebook page.
So Hot Toys.
Andy designs all the character designs and stuff. So it's his designs that end up being made into these toys, which is great. He's a fantastic designer, great guy. I got nothing negative to say about it. It's the application of this onto a 12-year-old boy's physique that I'm.
Yeah, he had nothing to do with designing her breasts.
Yes.
All right, let me see. I'm taking a look at some images of Hot Toys for Black Widow 2020. I'm assuming it's from the new movie, right?
See, I could have gone ahead and grabbed an image like this.
Oh yeah, I saw another figure here. She's definitely smaller.
I could have. Oops.
Why would they do that? Maybe they're trying to save fabric.
I could have grabbed an image like that if I wanted to be like.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
That's a woman.
She's pretty fantastic.
She's a woman. She's a woman.
Yeah, I'm looking at some other ones here in the black suit, and she's got the exact same body type.
Right.
She looks like she's had some surgery done or something.
She's transitioning.
Yeesh. Yeah, I didn't want to say all that, but or there's something uglier. I was going to say that. I mean, if it in specific company, I would say it, but I don't want.
Well, here's the wonderful thing: is this is nothing against the designer Andy. This is nothing against Scarlett Johansson.
No, nothing at all.
Against whoever decided to turn her into a 12-year-old boy for this toy.
Okay, hold on a second. I got a picture here of her in the movie.
Okay, we're gonna bring your screen up.
Hold on, because this is interesting.
Holding.
Hold on, I'm gonna share.
Holding.
Let me open this in a new open image, a new tab, so I'm not getting in trouble with that website. Now this is kind of weird, man. Are you ready? Or is
it? Let's do
share
it.
Screen. Look at this mess. It seems weird, right?
Yeah.
It looks like a toy. And you're right. She is more hippie than the toy is, but I think they wrapped her up tighter than normal.
They like duct tape her breasts.
What do they call that? What they do sometimes?
What is it? Let me see.
They do this thing when they're transitioning. Sometimes they put like some kind of like flattening stuff.
Duct tape.
No. There's actually a thing they can buy, like it's a separate. Because she look at, is this the other Scarlet, or other Black Widow? She doesn't look very large either. I wonder if they're trying to keep them similar.
Oh, Le Petita. Yeah, wow. She's got nothing to speak of, huh?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
But they can still be very sexy people. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a requirement. I'm just saying that Scarlett Johansson.
I will say that Scarlett looks a little more masculine. Even in this photo, like those shoulder pads give her a 90s zoot suit look. She looks like she's in a power suit of some sort. It doesn't matter. Look. I like this guy too, and he makes me mad sometimes. And I'm still waiting for the next season of Stranger Things. And he's got a belt. He's got the dad bod. He looks like me. By the way, don't forget, because remember, I can eat more pie than you, because according to you.
I'm just assuming I can't eat a lot now.
But I'm saying I saw the action
figure. I got full off of one burrito yesterday, so I don't know.
I get full these days too. Okay, I lost some weight, not much, but anyway. But I'm saying that, you know, maybe the toy's not the problem, man. Maybe they're going based off of her because she doesn't look as well packed as she has in the past. Now, is she really? I wonder, is she really that voluptuous?
Or I mean, that's not a picture I'm bringing up.
Right, but I'm saying,
she's
first of all, some of those photos could be
raw in a movie.
Well, I'm saying some of those photos could be doctored from the costumes. We know that they're airbrushed. Secondly, if she lost enough weight, I mean, all that's fatty tissue. That happens a lot of times. They lose a lot of the fatty tissue in their breasts, and they get smaller when they try to streamline for athleticism. Because she does look slim, man. She can't help the upper thigh, but that's, I don't know. She's got cleavage in this picture.
Yeah, you know what? She might have just lost weight.
She may have. Let's see. What's another good picture?
I mean, dang, because she looks so. She's got a little waist. This is a silly thing to be showing here.
See, I'm going to look up.
This isn't for titillation purposes. This is purely for.
Okay, so
practical purposes.
Does that really look like she's that big? Is that? See, she also looks like she's got a little bit more of a tummy.
It doesn't look like.
No, what I'm saying is,
doesn't look like that.
Well, if you can get a shot of her face, right, like her of her actual face, like before and after, she's a little fuller in that picture, under her chin, around her tongue, her abdomen, and even her arms look a little less toned. She could just be more heavy, and therefore a little bit bustier. And then in this other picture I was showing, maybe it's sad. Either way, wah, wah.
Yeah, it's a no for me, Bob.
I know, like it.
All right, it's a no for me. All right, let me close this window out because I don't think we need to talk about this all night long.
What you said it was a topic.
Well, it was just a topic for a bit.
So maybe what we should do for next Drawn and Quartered is enhancements for Black Widow. I don't know, man. I saw somebody post a picture the other day. It was a meme or something like that, and I showed it was on my buddy's Instagram. It said it had a picture of how they draw Captain Marvel, and then the way that she looked in the movie, like one of those shots where it was clearly not her butt double, and that cracked me up, man. So this is what you see on Amazon, and this is what you actually get.
Right.
Crack me up, man. Crack me up.
It's just part of the greater problem. Look, if Scarlett's just like, going on an anorexia diet and just losing all of her body fat, that's unhealthy. And unwise. But people do it. So I'm not gonna body shame her for that.
No. That's ironic, right? Body shaming her for being too skinny. That's funny.
Right. There are rumors she's had reduction surgery, so she is transitioning.
I don't think she's transitioning, but that's what I was thinking. You'd be surprised how often it does happen.
I'm in the shop. Why do I need to look at the Queen of England? Hold on.
I wonder why. That's no fun. I mean, not that it should be fun for me. I'm just saying. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when Hulkamania rolls on you? I'm just saying.
That's how we used to salute the flag.
Oops. Oops. I'm trying to, guys. So you guys know what I'm doing. I'm in the middle of trying to fix up my
Read the screen.
my mermaid art that I had the other day. You want to see that? Huh?
I do, but read the screen.
Oh, my other thing's in the way. Don't meet Joe Scar. What's that?
ScarJo.
That's funny. That's funny.
Don Chen for the win.
Well, well, well. What do we have here? All right.
All right. So, what I was gonna do was do my layout before I started the stream, so that we could just hang out, talk, and chat, and I could just do filling in stuff and whatnot. But instead of that, I couldn't figure out how to work my Cintiq. So
are we done?
No, we're not done. Elliot, you're gonna tell everybody about your mermaid, and I'm gonna try to concentrate on doing a layout really fast.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to show you the mermaid. I'm going to turn off this screen share. I'm going to show you. This is what I did today.
I need this light on, do I? Like
So, I don't know you guys remember my Flash Gordon from yesterday, right? Right? Nobody wanted. I got you. Don't worry. I'm not asking. What's that, Michael? Is that real?
Well, it's not fake.
Were you playing around with a waffle again? Waffle iron? I see it. I see the waffles.
Pattern.
What is it?
It's a pattern.
I see a pattern. Yeah, I see a pattern.
I drew it on my arm during church.
Huh?
I drew it on my arm during church.
It's cool looking though. It's cool looking.
Thank you.
Check
Sal Johansson.
So I did this. I added red to her hair.
Oh, I'm gonna blow you up. You can have the screen.
Okay. Added red. Very excited about that. And then, are you there, Mike?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Look at this.
Ooh, when did you do that?
I did it today. I got inspired by the concept. I said, "Oh, let me try this."
Wow, that's cool.
You see all the cool poor baby Yoda.
I know, right?
Child.
Why would you do that to Baby Yoda?
Well, it's bound to happen. It's aliens. They're not always nice to each other.
This is true.
You know, maybe Baby Yoda becomes a teenager as a jerk. And he's got Venom's tongue around his neck. I love it. I love it. Look at that Venom face.
Yeah, right.
So I turned it into a T-shirt. Put it on my TeePublic to see how it does.
Nice. Matt Costin, you want to come in here? What did you do while we were praising God? Mike, drew patterns. Shut up. James Hayes says, that's as close as Mike will ever get to a tattoo. I have a tattoo.
I do too.
I'm just not going to show it to you.
So I'm doing this primarily for Siege because she was like, please do the mermaid. I said, really? I said, so what do you mean, like black and white? When I was working on it on Instagram on the live stream on the Yoda one, everybody's like, oh, this is cool and you should make it a T-shirt. I said, oh, let's see what happens. So I sold already 2 of them. But
no kidding.
Yeah, it came out pretty cool. What am I doing here? I am.
Yeah, we ignore the moans of pain here, John Wick. We just let it go. Let it go.
Well, wait, is this the show? Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah. Not so yours. Yours is.
What I'm trying to do now is try to get her. See, I'm having trouble with my Photoshop. It just wants to keep. I have the circle, the ball of death here on my end. But in the meantime, I'll show you guys a better, clearer picture of that. No, I can't. I can't do nothing because I'm stuck. All right, I'll stop sharing. Take it off.
Well, Don't stop sharing because I'm trying to do layout.
Oh, okay.
I'm not allowed-
Let me
I
check
wanna
the
show the
chat.
process of me doing layout.
Let me talk to everybody in the chat. Here we go. Let's see. Put on the live chat. Live chat.
Live chat.
Ellie's going to play Super Mario. Oh, because of the song. Dun, 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 ba, 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 da, ba. Ellie giving good tech advice. Oh, is this old stuff? I'm not that good at giving tech advice, except for the circle of death. Oh, let me show you guys where it's at in case you guys are interested in some. I mean, can I show off some of my stuff in the store, Mike?
You can do whatever you like, Elliot.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and share another screen.
Another screen.
I'm gonna share my here. All right, so now I'm sharing that, but I'm gonna share my store. Actually, it's here. All right, so this is not the right. So this is my TeePublic page. You go to TeePublic Jerkmonger, and this is some of the stuff I have on here. Tell me what you think. I'm done. I mean, this month. I mean, nothing that significant, but oh, now it's taking forever to do that. All right, give me a minute, guys. Oh, here we go. So I call it baby food. Baby Yoda, baby food. Anyway, this is horrible. The design here.
That implies that Yoda is the food.
Yeah, baby Yoda, baby. Yeah. But I like this site because it offers a lot of cool things, right? So there's stickers on here, t-shirts, kids t-shirts, mugs. The mugs are cool. Pillowcases, or rather not pillows, but pillows, throw pillows. But I like this a lot. This is my favorite thing, and I want to buy one, but I don't have the money to buy it right now. But I want to get one of these here. I want one of these baseball shirts. I love baseball shirts. It looks cool on that, right?
Oh yeah.
I think that's pretty cool. Like I said, I'm gonna have it on here for a little while, and I don't want to. I'm trying to experiment with other things here, but I'll show everybody else what else I have here. We got phone cases and laptop cases and magnets, hoodies and wall art kind of stuff. But let me show you what else I got on my store. Dun, 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 dun. And also, it has a bunch of colors. I didn't stop it. I just left it like a PNG file, so it's transparent. I got this skull guy here. Skull guy is cool. Skull face. It's got some Jerkmonger paraphernalia. This one's cool. I sold one, the X-ray. I like these, Mike.
Yeah, I saw those before, dude.
Yeah. See? These are my monster guys. My monster food. I'm gonna put all my food monsters into a big design. I'm not sure what to call it yet. It's gonna be like I'm gonna make a proper T-shirt out of it. Proper old school T-shirt design. Maybe a fake cereal, like like the refrigerator friends. No, that's ridiculous. Got my Gojira, my God of Thunder. I got my Planet of the Apes guys. Damned and dirty.
Nice.
I got that. And then I got
what's your big seller?
My big seller. Yeah, because this is through, I'm looking at it through my thing. The ones that I've sold the most of, I sold five items. I'm not sure what the t-shirts were of Dr. Zaius. Godzilla 8 sold. Let's see. The only one that compares to it was 13 sold of Jerkmonger.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
I got some fans, man. It's kind of cool. I'm very proud of that. Like they like my character and stuff. I don't haven't produced the proper book yet.
I just want to point out that he's very svelte.
Yes. What are you trying to say? Then I got my mini mongers, right? And then I got one more Venom one on the next page. But so what I'm working on now is this mermaid. I try not to call it anything in particular. I prefer to sell my own stuff, but I just really wanted to test this out, see what the response would be. But people were digging it just because it was a cool monster looking thing, and I think the overall as a composition is pretty strong. So
no, it's dope. Dope.
Yeah,
Two
so I have the original
sold,
art.
$14 for 2 days. Get in there, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself.
Yeah. Every time I post a new shirt, it goes on sale. It's for 2 days. It's on sale at a lower price. Yeah, I like this site a lot. I think almost all the products are that way.
How's the quality of the shirts, though?
They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
Are they like beefy tees or are they like soft, light shirts?
They have a classic tee. This is the classic tee. It's a little softer. I bought.
That's what I like. I like my shirts to be soft.
But they also have a tri-blend tee with different colors. So those have like they're almost like a
stop.
I don't know what you would call this. Like this is steel. This looks nice in the gray. I like that. They also have a V-neck tee. That's a little weird with V-neck.
Oh, they don't have green?
For a classic, yeah.
Green tee. Put it on a green tee, let's just say.
I think he's too green. It's too dark. But this one's nice.
That's a nice.
It's closer to you're talking about because of Baby Yoda. Now, because he's got a light green, right? But there's another one here. There's a heavyweight tee if you like the heavyweight tees, and that's like your old school beat up, like you can roll around in magma and still be all right. But then watch this though. Tank top. Let's see what's under here. Part of the problem is, all right, so here's a tank top, and then there's a tri-blend tank top, which is odd. There's that color again. That's better. That's closer. So you want to walk around with your muscles. Yeah, that's closer. That's a better
that'd be
color.
good for Mac and McCheese.
Yeah. There you go. Now watch this though. This is cool. I like the mugs and the cups. I like to get one of these. Oh, that looks dope. You can position it how you want though. I placed it there. I made sure it fit that spot right there.
Nice.
And then the other one is a where's the other thing? That's top cases. The notebooks are cool too. If you want to like a little journal, they're pretty cool. I don't know where the other cup is. Oh, I see it here. Travel mug. I like these a lot. I don't use them, but this looks cool. Oh no. Wait. Boom. Yeah, see? When it's a taller thing like this, it looks really significant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I don't think I've sold many of those, but overall, stickers are fun. But anyway, those are my stuff. All my stuff belong to you. I try to come up with cool names. I like this one. Jerkmonger's so angry he snapped the pencil. This guy came out cool too.
How about the pencil? How's the pencil do?
The Jerkmonger logo?
Yeah, just the pencil.
It's pretty decent. I've sold 5 of those. On the Jerkmonger product for the character, I left it on specific colors. So I chose the colors I would only keep it on. I could have it on purple, on this light gray. This is charcoal heather, yeah. And then this is like some kind of heathered purple. But see, I like it a lot here too on the what's my favorite tee? Baseball tee. There's not enough colors on the sleeves for the baseball tees. They also have ringers. I don't like ringers too much though. Come on now, where you at? There we go. Oh, that looks cool. See? Or you can do this. You can reverse it. Oh, I love it. So yeah, guys, this is a way you can support your local Jerkmonger. You get mugs for the Jerkmonger. It's cool too. Anyway, that's it. That's all I wanted to show you for that. While I'm gonna go ahead and just share my screen now, and you guys can see what I'm doing in Photoshop as I prepare as I prepare my artwork. Mike, would you mind sharing or hitting my screen up there?
Bam.
So what do you guys think? What do you guys think in the audience? Come on, tell me the truth.
Updog wants to know what the printing process is.
Initially I thought that it was a DTG, which is direct to garment. But I got one of the yellow t-shirts, the pencil shirts, and it was screen printed. The only tricky part is that what I want to try to do is I'm working with them to clarify, what do you call it? Make sure I'm giving specific Pantone color numbers so they can match it with their process. So I'm going to try to see, if not, I'm going to do a test to see like which colors I want to figure out when I print anything, what kind of I want to be able to anticipate the print, the quality of the color, instead of just guessing at it. Because on the pencil, the color was a little off on one of the purples. So Keegan, is that Keegan on there? Asked me about my book, Keegan Hall. Keegan, I'm working on it, working slowly, trying to get it squared away. I'm finishing up a list of stuff that I have in my as far as commissions and freelance work, so I can get back into it and I'm trying to revamp my schedule a little bit so I can try to have a more consistent updates of the work as I work on it, including the updates on my Instagram channel. For those of you who have backed, there's a special Instagram. I haven't checked in a while, so I'm sure maybe there's people have asked to be part of it. And then what I'll do is, if you're a backer, you gotta let me know your name and your backer number through a message on that channel, on that account, and then I will allow you in there. I'm trying to keep out, it's just for people who backed the book. But I haven't updated in a while, so there will be one coming up soon, though, as early as next week. So here we go. All right, so here's my mermaid, and I'm going to treat her like the other art I put up there, which is, what do you call it? What did I say? Oh, it's going to be transparent. So whatever the color of the garment will fill in these spaces, except I'm going to add red to the hair. So it's a black and red, essentially. So let's pick my red. I'm going to bring this into my Cintiq window because I have it right now in my main window. Here we go. Normally I just select this red here and boom. So here's my next trick. And for my next trick, see, this will work.
Sleeves.
I need to bring it over my stuff here.
Keegan says, thanks for answering my question about the book. I am a backer.
Right on,
Later,
man.
Pops. Lady Celtic Moon says, I'll be getting a mug.
Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet.
I believe she has a mug of mine as well. I never promote my store. I never promote either of my stores, my Shopify account or my Redbubble. I'm just like,
well, it's not a bad thing. You got it. I'm trying to avoid the job thing. So it will ruin my schedule completely.
Yeah,
I have to do a regular job thing, but I got to do what I got to do for the fam. So here we go. All right, so now I am going through the process here to line up things. Some of you are probably thinking, Elliot, just do the selection thing with the rubber band thing. Like, yeah, I know, I got you. I just was hoping to make this work easier for myself.
no, that works faster. No, you don't think so?
It's only because I have a lot of little details like this, the bubbles here.
Yeah.
Trying to not paint over them.
Yeah, don't you just wish you always had one of those on-call people to do flats for everything?
Yeah, that would be great.
People will do entire pages for $15, like entire comic pages of flats for $15
for the whole book.
Yeah, no, for a page.
Oh, That's pricey still.
Well,
I'm
it
broke.
depends on. I mean, depends on what you're doing, because that's so time consuming. Flats.
It is, but it's definitely worth it though. It's definitely worth it. 15. It's such a time hog,
Yeah.
and you take it for granted. It's like, oh, it's just this, right? No problem. Yeah, but this tedious work. Have you ever fallen asleep? I have, working on it. I'll just be like, why am I still? Oh my gosh, I can't stop. So I went ahead and I purchased another movie on Amazon Prime. I picked up They Believe with Roddy Piper.
They live.
I'm sorry, They Live. They Believe. I'm thinking of the Let's Do Believe. Anyway, from Lost Boys.
I
Dude,
believe. No.
that movie is so interesting because obviously the story was written to kind of mock Reagan conservatives.
Was it really?
Yeah, if you go back and watch it,
Saw it.
huh?
I never saw it. I had no interest in that movie when I was a kid.
Are you kidding? I thought
Yeah.
you were you're not interested in Carpenter stuff.
Carpenter's not really my. I like The Thing.
See,
What else is good that he's done?
In the Mouth of Madness is good.
No.
In the Mouth of Madness, well, Thing is the best thing, no pun intended, best film he made, in my opinion. But he's done a lot of other ones that I'm like, huh. His catalog is pretty dense, and they're pretty. Did you watch Escape from New York?
No. Do you want to see my layout?
Yeah.
Ding.
Oh.
Very rough. Very rough layout. Now I have to go in and make it tighter. But I think I have room for all my dialogues and everything.
Doesn't look like you do in the second panel.
Oh, I don't need. I don't need. It's not.
You don't need
everywhere.
roads. Where you're going, you don't need roads.
So I have dialogue here. Let me see my script. I have you can track him, and then I gave him a little gift, one I can sense wherever it goes, and then just like a moth to a flame here.
Which is this your secret project?
Secret projecta.
Okay.
And
I love what I see so far, man.
And then this is no dialogue here. This is one word on this huge panel. I don't know if that's a good use of my space, but then just doing a little math in my head here. This scene is completely added to the adaptation of the novel.
Are you giving away a hint there, Mike?
No. What?
Yeah,
maybe. No. All right, and then I have 3 word balloons here, but this is going to be a lot of background stuff, so that's fine. Then yeah.
This is tricky here. It looks like it's modern.
What's modern?
The setting.
Scribbles.
I know, but
how can you say it looks modern? It's all scribbles.
Okay, my bad.
It's it would look like 14th century stuff. It's not like fantasy. It's like sort of 14th century-ish. Renaissance fantasy.
Renaissance. I couldn't help myself. It's for the secret books, Blue Spectre.
Yes. When's the secret project announcement, Burrito Man? I don't know. I was supposed to get back and then talk to the author, and then we were going to discuss, but I haven't really had time to sit down and contact him. I mean, I suppose I could be doing it right now, but I'm working, so. What? You've never seen Escape from New York? What kind of man are you? It's on Amazon Prime, Mike. Watch it tonight. I'm busy. I'm here with my friend Elliot, watching him do flats on Venom Mermaid of Venom.
I need a good, clever
What's the
name.
of this Yeah.
I need a clever name for it. I think it's just gonna be Poisoned Mermaid, something like that. I called my Wonder Woman mini monger one what did I call it? Wonder Gal or something like that. I was like, get it? Because Gal Gadot. I like it. Or Power Gal or something like that.
Blue Spectre, what book is that for? It's for my secret project, yo. I can't tell you what it is until we announce. I can't wait to I know. I mean, we still have to get some covers colored because when you do the announcement, you want to have a lot of really solid artwork. And got a bunch of pages. I think I've got all 17 pages I've got done colored already. But
is that for a preview?
No, I'm just working on the book. This is page 18 for the book. So
okay.
It's going to be done before we launch the campaign, but we want to announce it prior to launch and build up an email list so that we can do.
So yesterday you were mentioning about you were talking about possibly doing. Did you look any further into the Elliot, please? The other site that you were going to consider doing crowdfunding on? Shopify, yeah.
I looked into it a little bit, and it is the fees are just $29 a month. That's your entire fee for your campaign, and then you can leave it as open as a store. The Shopify store costs like $30 a month, so I think it's actually, if you already have a store, I think it just might be a conversion you do to your store. What do you you don't sell prints and stuff? You just sell stuff that's made on those sites, and so you don't do any of your own fulfillment or sell any of the back catalog you just have sitting around your office?
I don't have any more of those. We exhausted a lot of our inventory. What we're about to do, Andy and I, is just, along with some of the other artists that I work with, a metal print exclusives through Instagram and stuff like that. I will of course share it, here with on your channel and stuff like that. But it's mainly to try to do some exclusivity business. It'll be all limited edition stuff. And then the other thing we're talking about is I'm going to revisit one of my oldest pieces of art. Do you remember the Batman thing I did that had all the character faces on it?
Yeah, I love that piece.
Yeah, I'm going to try to figure out a way to, because I already did a gray version of that, the original. I want to figure out is a simple update to it, like what could be a cool way to update it on 11x17 size, and that will be a limited edition run as well. So we'll see. They're going to be a little pricier though, because they will be limited.
Right.
And
well, if you have a Square account, right?
Yeah.
Well, Square allows you to have a web store. That's what Eric Nielotowski does. He just puts everything up on his Square web store instead of having a Shopify account.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me write that down.
I would stop and look into it, but
I did not know that. Is it just like a regular little store?
Yeah, I think I don't know if PayPal does the same thing, but I know Square does. So,
I don't think PayPal has something like that.
Yeah,
PayPal's great, but they're fantastic at what they do best, which is just funneling cash back and forth.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about the Shopify store is they take PayPal.
Right. See? Okay. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
How's Aaron doing his stuff? He's just selling it to his audience, his sketches and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like.
Because I started to do like an Etsy thing, and I got turned off to that right away. It didn't seem like it made the most sense, but because you're still paying all these fees. So that's part of the problem. Forget it. I'm just going to do this.
Yeah, I found out about the Square store after I already had my Shopify store, and I was like, I've got like 200 things on my Shopify store. I don't want to take the time to rebuild it. And
yeah,
I usually sell more than enough to cover the cost of the store, especially if I actually mention it.
Yeah, there's that. There's that. Let's see here.
All right. Let's see. I'd like to.
Should I fill the character's eyes with red also?
Ooh. Wait, does that work for Venom?
I don't know.
Isaac!
I like doing that, like how I make the Joker's eyes black.
Yeah.
I like doing it. I can
Not
test
the
it out.
whole eye, just her pupil.
Maybe go around it a little bit.
Yeah.
Isaac!
That's kind of cool. I'm gonna get rid of the lip color. I don't like it. See, that color makes the bubbles pop more too. I went in and I beefed up all my lines around her. So she's much clearer now than she was when I started it. So I'm really happy with it so far. I think it's good.
Exactly.
See, I could just color it, but I really don't want to color it. I like it black and white. I want to keep things simple for like pop purposes, like good old fashioned 80s t-shirts and stuff. All right, so there it is. That's the art.
Ariel.
No, poisoned mermaid.
Poison fish girl.
Poison underwater singer. I don't know.
How about under the scree?
I like that. I like that. Under the scream. Dun, 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 under the scream. No one can hear you scream in the ocean.
That's right. In the ocean, no one can hear you scream. Under the scream?
Sounds like a ride at Universal Studios in Halloween Horror Nights.
Nice.
Welcome to Universal Studios Under the Scream.
Under the scream. I wonder how I'm doing on the Magnificent Seven tonight. Let's see. Have I got anything new? Nope. So we may have figured out something to do with the shadow banning today.
What? What happened?
It's entirely possible that the fact that I have Caitlin Bennett on the campaign, because if you go to, if you look up Dean Cain, it comes up. If you look up Trump, it comes up. If you look up Caitlin Bennett, no results are found. She is shadow banned. Her name is shadow banned on Indiegogo.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, let's see that. That makes sense.
Right. Oh, okay.
But still, man, that sucks.
It does suck. I agree. So here, let me
The cheese refuses the brown.
the cheese refuses the brown. Elijah gonna cane Mike. No, he's not. So you see here, if I go to search and I type in the name of a Caitlyn Bennett, I get nothing.
Ah.
If I look up a Caitlyn Bennett in comic books, I get a no results are found.
How did you come to this conclusion?
It was some actually one of the war campaign guys was talking to me about different ways to utilize the algorithm and stuff, and he's like, yeah, if I look up Dean Cain, it comes up first, and blah blah blah. So yeah, if you look up Dean Cain, bibbidi bum, first, there it is, right? First thing pops up, Dean Cain. But if you look up Caitlyn Bennett, yeah, I don't. So I was trying to figure out if
What about Mike S. Miller?
Mike S. Miller. First one.
Oh my goodness, Michael.
Caitlyn Bennett is patient 0. So I get a strange feeling if I typed in Alex Jones, because she's part of Alex Jones's company. So
does Alex Jones come up?
Alex Jones was blacklisted at like Patreon and PayPal and right. I think Patreon. I don't know, PayPal, some other place.
Yeah, I think Patreon too.
I don't even know. But Gun Girl with the comics filter. Yeah, Gun Girl. It comes up, but it's 5th.
Well, you can't change it now, right?
Well, I can't remove her completely from my campaign. No.
Can you try to take what's left over from?
I tried, dude. I went through. I deleted all of the text in my campaign. I hid the tiers that had her name in it, and it still won't clear. I don't know if it's because she's in my campaign. She's irremovable from my campaign. But it seems like we've stumbled onto something that is at least a possible cause, which would have triggered some sort of an algorithm, right? If it's in a block.
I can say this, Michael. You figured out everything I'm never going to do when I want to have a exploding campaign.
Yeah.
Oh well. Have you had a chance to communicate? I don't know if you heard anything more about Jay Lee at all?
Heard anything about him?
Like, is he okay with what's happened to him and all this stuff?
Oh, yeah, he hasn't written me back. Actually, I haven't checked my mail today.
I'm very concerned about him. When I heard about that genuinely bothered me yesterday when I heard about it.
Yeah.
And mainly because I don't know him personally, but every interaction I've had with him, he's a super genuinely sweet person, like a really just nice guy.
Yeah, he really is.
And even if he did know something was going on or about whatever who he was working for, he's clearly just another merc, man. We're all just trying to get paid, man.
Yep.
And then what really bothered me about that too is that knowing the nature of how this works, like once you say that and you spend all day saying things like that about someone, that doesn't disappear.
Right.
All the snapshots or the screenshots of that stuff and everything, that's still living in the internet, and he's gonna have to deal with that,
Yeah. What can you say, man? Being it's so careless, and you're messing with people's livelihoods. I'm gonna let you take over the stream for a few minutes while I go eat some casserole, or I could just bring it in here and eat it on stream.
Whatever you like, man. It's fine with me.
All right, I'm gonna nope out.
Word. So all right. So I am look, see, I scanned this image here that was sold on the auction. There's my Flash Gordon. And there's the original inked version. This is one I just did recently. Another black and red. What do you guys think about that? Huh? Boom! How dare artists get paid? You should starve and thus improve your art, says Steve Swanson. It is true. It is true. Eric and Boyd says, I love Jay Lee's style. Always instantly recognizable. Very unique. Hearing what that Dillweed tried to do was beyond asinine. That is very true. That is very true. No bueno. Hizo no bueno. I don't like it. Hey, look, man. We've talked about this 1,000 times, right? So all this stuff is just, it's just what it is, man. You know, this is how it's going to go for a while. And it's just unfortunate, but we'll figure it all out. We'll figure it all out. All right, and then the last thing I had in here in my Photoshop. Oh, this is the early sketch of that I had. Let's see here. I had something else here. Oh, let me call up. Let me call up my so you guys can see it. La da dee la da da la da da la da dee la da dee la da 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 da. All right, just so you guys can get a better look at this bad boy. Bad boy singing. Ba ba da ba ba da bow bow bow. Well, all right. Oh yeah.
Screw it, I'm gonna eat it in here.
Eat it, bro. Eat it. Look right here, brother. I didn't take over his stream again. I promise.
It's all right. They'd approve.
Maldecitin. I'm not sure how to say that word. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, look at that awesomeness.
Elijah made the casserole.
Good job, Elijah. Good job. What kind of casserole is it?
Cream of mushroom.
Oh, that sounds good.
Chicken.
Oh.
And string beans.
Jiminy Cricket, I don't think you understand how symbiotes work. He is in his like spinal column, thus in his brain. You know what I'm saying? Calliope Knight says Ellie's been running with the Venomized characters. No, just because of the whole thing from Drawn and Quartered. I just thought it was a cool little.
Yeah, Elliot gets a bug in his nose. He's gotta go.
I gotta express it. I gotta say it. I got to do it. Hey, I'm gonna show you guys my. Well, no, I have to show you another screen. Anyway, I'm gonna show you my. Where is my iPad? There it is.
Maldecienten says crème de champignons.
How do you say his name?
Maldecienten.
Maldecienten.
That's how I say it.
Does it mean anything?
It means crème de champignons.
Jiminy says Ellie doesn't understand the adorability power of Baby Yoda. Look, man, the whole thing is to see something cute get destroyed. Anyway,
that's right.
What's wrong with me? Why am I so crazy? They remember UMass. Haha. The unapologetic Mike autonomous zone. Anyway, enough of that nonsense, boy.
Think of me as the feds with the water cannon.
I was listening to too much of that stuff today, and all my YouTube browsing was too much. It's too much. Too much. No like it. I'm gonna do some sketching on in Photoshop. I haven't done this in a while.
Dude, what worries about me is my brother tells me that my nephew has been going out and protesting in Portland. And yeah. I'm like, come on, man. And I showed him this thing about, how they're just arresting people. He's like, you think he's Antifa? I'm like, I didn't say that, but they're gonna friggin' swoop in and grab people. That is a situation where it's very, very easy to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
So every time I watch one of these ridiculous Portland videos, I'm like looking in the crowd to see one of them is my nephew.
Yeah, you remember a couple of weeks ago, I was ready to go start blocking statues, and
Yeah.
but I'm glad I didn't, because in retrospect, I would have. Everybody talked me out of it, and I'm grateful. Mike was very kind and talked me out of it, along with Matt Weldon. Matt Weldon was funny. You can't do that, Ellie. You're gonna die. Maybe I should die. Maybe I should. That's ridiculous. Matt Costin says it's a good way to get your head cracked open.
Matt Costin, you don't want to come in here and hang out?
Just come and hang out, Matt.
No.
We're just drawing, bro. We're just drawing. We were commenting on Scarlet Joe.
Yeah. Mm.
Baba dee 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 dee.
I did
Yeah.
teach Elijah how to make a good casserole, though.
Say what now?
I said I did teach Elijah how to make a good casserole.
I miss casseroles. Haven't had one. Tomorrow, though, going to my mother-in-law's house. I feel bad for her. She's not doing well. She has lupus. It's pretty bad. And it's affecting a bunch of other problems that she's had that were kind of like pushed back. But he says he doesn't have the computer tonight. I'm getting my own though soon. Carson, that's no bueno talk to me.
Care to pass the recipe? All right. Now I don't measure stuff, so I'll just take like a bag of you can use penne pasta. You can use this the spiral stuff. I can't remember what it's called. Rigatoni? Is it the rigatoni? Is it the spirally? It's the rigatoni. And obviously you make the pasta first, and then you use cream of mushroom soup. You add milk to that, not too much, just a little bit to get it soupy. And what Elijah's been doing, which I wasn't doing, is browning actually cooking the chicken first on the skillet. So you can flavor up the chicken before you add it into the mix.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was a good move. That was all him.
Nice.
And then you just cut that up and you put it in there and you mix it thoroughly. You add whatever spices. I like to add garlic powder and pepper and a little bit of salt, and then you pour it into a series. I don't know. It depends on how much you make. We have a lot of people here, so we make a ton, like dish after dish after dish. But you pour it into a Pyrex or a deep baking pan or something, so that it lays out, and then you just put a gaggle ton of cheese on top. You can use mild cheddar. You can use mozzarella if you really want to. I use a cheddar jack mix, and so that there's a nice coating that gets nice and soft and hopefully gooey and crispy if you cook it just right.
Wait. What do you put after the cheese?
What?
What do you put after the cheese? What do you do?
Well, that's it if you just want to be plain. But I've put basil leaves. I've put sliced mushrooms. I put, you can add all kinds of stuff into it. Oh yeah. That's with the chicken. You can put string beans. You can put peas. Peas are really good. Mushrooms, my favorite. Just nice chunks of mushrooms, sliced chunks of mushrooms. Whatever you think would go good in it. It's good with the. You don't want to go overboard. Asparagus, dude. When you do it with asparagus, mushrooms, and like chicken, that's a good one. But that's the thing is you gotta cook the asparagus first. No, wait. You gotta blanch the asparagus, so it's not cooked. And then you just chop it into little pieces because you don't want like big old long stringy asparagus all over your stuff because everything's supposed to be bite sized, right?
Right. Asparagus is fantastic. What else?
I don't know. You could probably put olives in there. That sounds good. I can see your notes.
Well, I'm writing it down. I'm gonna make some.
And then when you take it out and you put it on, you ready it up on your plate.
How hot do you take it for?
I sprinkle cayenne pepper on it.
Oh
yeah, and some fresh ground black pepper, not fresh ground black. You know how it is today. So, yeah.
How long you cook it for? On what heat?
What do we do? I think we do around 400. For probably 15 minutes and check on it. You want to do it until the cheese is giving you a little bit of a crust, right? Because everything's already cooked, so you're just kind of just congealing it all together when you're baking it.
I like it. I like it a lot.
It's good, man. I might go get another plate.
I'm all right. I'm going to keep my notes here for that. Back to art. Okay, all right. What should I draw, Mike?
Is art.
Give me something to draw.
Not sentence says, who is the better cook among your children? Well, I know you have some layouts that I would love to see drawn.
What?
Some layouts
from my book
that I sent you.
Oh, I've been working on those.
You haven't shown me nothing.
Oh, because then everything went crazy, and then you were packing boxes, and we stopped.
Oh.
But that's okay. I'm just.
That's fine. Draw Clark Kent as meek, underpaid journalist. Maldicienten asked, who is the better cook among your children? That would be Eden. Eden loves to cook. She does it all the time. Elijah cooks casserole. What else does Elijah cook? I don't know what else he cooks. I got to teach him some more stuff.
I can do scrambled eggs. Actually, I do pretty good. I like cooking chicken, like broiling chicken, and do my own little stuff to it. I cook it with onions and basically like a fricassee. But
he can cook a mean steak. I have taught him the ways of the grill.
The
ways of the grill.
Man, this iPad has spoiled me because I keep drawing. I keep trying to tap my pen the wrong way. Like, it's not working. Oh, it's because it's different.
I can't decide if I want another slab of food here.
My buddy does some mean stuff. He takes all the vegetables. I kind of miss eating vegetarian like that, like just good vegetables. I haven't had really. Unfortunately, every time we cook vegetables, it's usually just broccoli, and I'm a little tired of broccoli. I'm not as excited as I used to be. Huh?
Is he overcooking? Because really, you really should just blanch broccoli.
We steam it.
You steam it till it's mushy.
Yeah. What's blanching?
That's ruining it. All right. So just set your water to boil. Take the broccoli, throw it in there for 30, 45 seconds, and take it out. And it is cooked, but it is crisp, and it is. You know what? That's the reason American kids hate broccoli, is because everybody cooks it till it's mush. But broccoli is this wonderful. It's this Japanese style. You just take that and then you just sprinkle some soy sauce on it, and then if you have mayonnaise. There's a Japanese mayonnaise called Kewpie mayonnaise. You dip in freaking broccoli and Kewpie mayonnaise with a little soy sauce.
Oh, that sounds great, actually.
So in fact, what I will do is, instead of even putting the soy sauce on the broccoli, I'll just take the Kewpie mayonnaise and I'll just put a half a teaspoon of soy sauce in there and just mix it and make that the dip.
That's not like that horseradish stuff, right?
No. It's a mayonnaise. It's but it's not like tangy Zip Miracle Whip or whatever. It's
Yeah.
it's a very smooth. It's hard to say. It's hard to explain it.
You got to send me the information on that.
Great.
Is it called Kewpie mayonnaise?
Kewpie. Yeah, there's a picture of a Kewpie doll on it.
Oh.
Not cup.
They asked me. So, Brandon Moore said, "How about a Lone Star symbiote?" Oh, Lone Star fighting a symbiote. Oh, I'm gonna draw that for you, Michael.
All right, you start that. I'm gonna go get some more casserole.
All right, you go do that. So, I was gonna draw his finger here, like he's like trying to push up his glasses, like in the movie. Anyway, all right, let's do a symbiote fighting or Lone Star fighting a symbiote. I'm gonna put a new layer. Let's hide that one there. Let's see. What should the so let's say Lone Star is about to deliver a punch action to what would be Venom, this wrapping tongue, perhaps. I don't know. What I'm gonna do a quick sketch, guys. I gotta get to sleep soon. But by the way, I need to get back, Mike. I need to talk to you about that stuff. Siege sent me information about that stuff she uses for the collagen. I'm very interested in that. I wonder if it'll help me with my knees and my arthritis.
Oh yeah. Let me
But I need something less expensive, man. That stuff is pricey. What she's using, at least.
no. Collagen and hyaluronic acid. It's yeah, it ain't cheap. It ain't cheap.
I need cheap, so we need to figure that out. I'm like the president. We need to figure it out. We're gonna get there in less than 2 days. We're gonna figure this out.
Actually, I have a solution for you. Have I got a solution for you?
Do you now?
I do. If you can, do you have an Asian market?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to show you something. Shira Piku noodle.
Is that? Can that be the same as like a Asian Oriental market store like that too, like a supermarket?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, we got those.
All right. Here's the thing: shirataki noodles, shirakiku shirataki yam noodles. I'm going to show you this, and you're going to be like, "It's $1.69 a serving." But here's the miracle thing. All right, you see this? Shirakiku black shirataki noodles. These are made from the konnyaku yam, right?
Kiku black shirataki noodles. Is it high in carbohydrates?
0.
What?
0. People have actually starved to death eating these because they ate it as a diet, right? They're, like I said, they're super high in hyaluronic acid, which is what you want for all the cell repair. At the same time, they have 0 calories. So you could, and the thing is, they kind of stink, but you don't, it's not, it's like just the way they're packed. So you cut it open, you drain out the water. It kind of smells a little fishy. It just, don't worry about that. You rinse it out in a strainer. Whatever you put it in, it will absorb the flavor after time. So if you want, you can make ramen with this, just some chicken stock base or whatever. If you want to do that sort of thing, you can make spaghetti. If you want to go that route, you want these to absorb the flavors of a spaghetti sauce or an Alfredo or whatever. You can use this in any kind of a noodle dish. The only calories you will get is from the sauce itself.
Mm.
And bonus, the hyaluronic acid,
Which is
which is what you want for the cell repair.
Which is what collagen has.
Collagen and hyaluronic acid work together.
Because Matt Cousins is yelling at me over here. He's like, the brand is Ancient Nutrition, multi-collagen proteins, 5 types of collagen, type 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 6. But the problem is it expensive, Matt Cousins? I'm dying over here, and my children are eating well. A diabetes be damned. Anyway.
Well, that's good for diabetes.
Oh, there you go. I'm gonna look into that, man. Let me do a quick searcho. Do a searcho for that. It's called shirataki. Shirataki.
I love it. I'll tell you what, dude. When that's part of we have a, what's it, yakiniku? It's like a hot pot with a bunch of like meat and vegetables and stuff, and we put these noodles in there. Oh my gosh, that's my favorite part. So you take it out of that sauce, right? And then you crack a raw egg and you mix that up, and then you dip it in the raw egg and you slurp. Oh, it's so good. It's amazing.
Dude, that sounds fantastic. Hey, I'm looking at, so I found an article from 18. Shirataki noodles are long white noodles. That doesn't look like white noodles in there.
They have white ones. They have black ones. These are the black shirataki noodles.
Okay.
Here's the white ones.
What they are: viscous fiber, weight loss, blood sugar. Hey. Oh, have I ever eaten this? Have I ever eaten in a restaurant in Japan, a Japanese restaurant?
Possible.
Huh. I cannot wait now. I need this in my life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't eat these because you'll die.
No, but I'm saying it's in lieu of a carb, I can have this, and if I have like you said, if it's a noodle dish, use it for my noodles instead, or rice instead of rice. Just eat that.
And I love them because I love the texture, the flavor. Like they're flavorless, right? Like I said, so it's whatever you put it in. But I love the texture. They're like I don't want to say rubbery because that gives you the wrong idea. It's like a gelatinous rubber-y things, but it snaps when you bite into it. So it's just like, I love the texture I love it. So I don't know if you'll love it or you'll grow to love it, but all the kids love it. That's like their favorite.
So is it have to be shirakiku yam noodle?
That's just a brand.
Oh, that's a brand. Okay. So it's the shirataki. Because I'm looking at this. It says here it's they're Japanese noodles made from the konjac.
Konyaku.
Konyaku yam. Where shall I buy such things? They're very reasonable. But how much of this do I have to eat to get all that benefits that Matt Costin gets? Because he's all like uptight about this. So he's getting angry at me.
I would make this a staple of your diet, dude.
Just eat it often, huh?
Yeah. I mean, like it said, they use it for weight loss. So if you just wanted to replace all of your starches with that, there's also, it comes in blocks as well. And people use that as I mean, you can cut it into chunks, and then you can boil it in like a memi sauce or any kind of a soup base, and then you just take it out. It's just like this giant jelly thing that you just crunch into. This is one of my favorite things to eat. I don't know if you can tell. It's so good. It's funny because it's flavorless, and I'm saying it's so good, but it's because of like whatever you're cooking. I used to make and I can't anymore because I don't eat shellfish, but I would boil soy sauce and some memi and some chicken broth, and then I would throw konyaku in there with squid and what's that? Daikon radish, sliced daikon radish, and you just boil that in there for like an hour until the daikon is just super soft, and then all those flavors get absorbed into the konyaku. Oh, so good. It's so good, Elliot.
How come I've never heard of this stuff before?
Because I am a Japanese.
Well, that's that.
Actually, I know I shouldn't be doing this because I have to work, but I'm going to show you this video. I'm pretty sure they won't strike me because it's a really old video.
Is this the one with you said Connie? Whatever?
Yeah. Chung.
Whatever happened to her?
I don't know.
What's the deal? Matt's trying to get me to eat quinoa. What's in quinoa? I've eaten quinoa before. I don't mind it. I don't have a problem eating stuff. Like I said, I was vegan for a while. It was fun. I just like to try new stuff. I need something to give me some love. I need it. I want the benefit of what you were talking about for the joints or for my the collagen benefit stuff for the joints.
You know what? Hold on a second.
What happened?
I think I have to stop screen sharing and share it with the volume.
Oh, you can't hear it, right?
Right.
Secret to a long, healthy life. Tadano Takahashi believes he knows the secret. And who could argue with him? After all, he's 93 years old.
Huh.
At this
Oh,
village,
snap!
there are plenty more who believe in this secret. Yuzurihara is a place where 90-year-olds are practically commonplace, and where more than 10% of the population is 85 or older. That's 10 times our national norm. What is not common is disease. Cancer, diabetes, Alzheimer's are virtually unheard of here. Do you ever remember being sick?
No, I do not.
Mr. Takahashi, I can't help but notice that you're smoking. How long have you been smoking?
I've been smoking since I was 25.
Mr. Takahashi, has anyone said to you you really ought to quit smoking?
No one has told me that. Even the doctors have no reason to tell me to stop smoking because I've never had anything wrong with my lungs.
And Mr. Takahashi is not alone. His neighbor goes through a pack and a half a day.
I've been smoking for 60 years. I've never even thought about quitting.
A local doctor who still practices is 80, as is the local innkeeper. But neither look or act like senior citizens. Nor do these ball players. The average age of this group is 82. This village may look like just an average Japanese town, but some medical researchers believe it may actually hold the key to the fountain of youth. They discovered that people here routinely live into their 90s and beyond, rarely have any reason to go see a doctor, and somehow have managed to prevent even their skin from aging. What's behind this secret phenomenon? Is it something in the villagers' genes? Or maybe it's the low-stress lifestyle here. Japanese researchers think it's more than that. They believe the longevity here is tied to potatoes. Potatoes? Unlike most parts of Japan, where rice is the staple of the diet, potatoes rule here. Generations ago, villagers discovered they were easier to plant in the hilly terrain. And this doctor thinks they are the key to longevity here. His name is Toyosuke Komori, and for 60 years he studied the people in Yuzurihara. He himself adopted the local diet, which consists of very little meat, but a lot of homegrown sticky starches and vegetables.
I feel very strongly that if I had not come here to Yuzurihara, I would not have lived this long and healthy a life. I probably would have died from some adult disease.
It is Dr. Komori's theory that what the villagers eat gives them an abundance of a substance called hyaluronic acid, more than most of us have in our bodies. HA, as it is called, is something we're all born with, but lose as we get older. In our body, HA enables cells to retain moisture. It keeps our joints lubricated and our skin smooth and elastic. The same qualities Dr. Komori finds in these spry, smooth-skinned villagers.
I have never seen anyone suffer from skin cancer here. I have seen a woman in her 90s with a spotless skin.
Mr. Takahashi attributes his smooth skin, even after working 50 years in the sun, to sticking to the local traditional diet. The skin on his arms felt like a baby's, and the skin on his legs barely had a wrinkle. Some of what Mr. Takashi eats is on the menu every day at a hotel in Yuzurihara. The innkeeper, Mrs. Ishii, is 80 and looks pretty good herself. She offers us a variety of local vegetables and starches that are the backbone of the diet here. Obviously, all of us want to know what this food
She's
tastes
the
like,
worst
right?
Asian
Here it goes.
ever, by the way.
This is
Watch
the sticky
this.
potato. Tastes like a normal potato, a little bland though. This is a root vegetable that's made into a jelly,
Cognac.
dipping it in soy sauce. Oh, that's awful. This is miso. It's a soybean paste. Very pungent. I don't think you'd like this. So the question is, if this is the ticket to longevity, would you eat it every day?
Hell yeah, Connie Chung, you're so white. I'm going to take away her Oriental card.
One of Japan's leading pharmaceutical companies is trying to say it doesn't take a village to live longer. They are putting HA in pills, which in Japan sell for about $25 for a month's supply. The company tested the pills on 1,000 people. Roughly half reported smoother skin, less fatigue, and better eyesight. But we kept asking ourselves, just how real is this?
We studied 18 albums.
So we traveled to Great Britain, where HA experts, respected scientists and physicians from 23 countries, gathered to discuss the marvels of HA. Western medicine is just beginning to understand the full potential of HA. For years, HA has been used in eye surgery as a shock absorber to protect the retina. In a gel form, HA is proven effective in lubricating arthritic joints. And its ability to restore moisture and elasticity to tissues is a big reason why cosmetic companies have put HA in moisturizers for years. But these scientists believe that the most dramatic discoveries of HA's healing powers are just around the corner. Discussions here focused on HA's ability to regenerate the cells in our bodies.
What?
Here in the United States, doctors have been giving hyaluronic acid to patients since 1997. But the HA is not in a pill. It's in a syringe. The FDA-approved product is called Synvisc.
So we're going to do the left knee.
Dr. David Altchek, a leading orthopedic surgeon, says in some cases, the HA injections have delayed the need for patients to undergo radical knee replacement surgery.
You're going to feel a pinch and then pressure. The
Oh, I can't even look at that.
astonishing in terms of reducing the symptoms, improving their quality of life.
All right. Well, there's a longer version of that, but I think you get the point.
Huh. So that's very interesting. That's
Right?
very, very interesting. And you're saying if I eat this stuff, I get some of that in me.
That's right. That's how you do.
So how can you get that kunyaku stuff here too?
Yeah. Any Japanese store I go to, they have it usually on sale. I just go grab, bags of it.
Ah.
Get some bags of it, yo.
I think I'm gonna get into that, man. I'm gonna be walking around like a young 20-year-old soon. Dude, it hurts, bro. It hurts. I was washing the shower in my bedroom, and I was getting down, and I don't do it often because of this, but I need to do it because I knew I was using a different type of product, so I wanted to see if it works, bro. I could barely get up off the floor. It was so painful.
Really?
So painful. Yeah, I definitely have that. I've been, but when I was in the army, we were running around in boots and stuff, and it was crazy. I know a lot of my injuries have come from that because I was hardly athletic at all as a kid, so it was all in the army stuff that I did.
All right.
So I'm about to bite the dust eventually.
Yeah, man, you got to repair that body. And
Yeah.
there are collagen pills you can take. I don't know how much that stuff that he's talking about is, but there's different ways to get collagen. They do work together well.
Yeah, so she sent me the thing, and it was just pricey for a month's supply. I was like, gosh, you got to be single to eat that stuff. Like that's not gonna happen in my house.
Well, it's cheaper than surgery.
Yeah, true. Except I probably couldn't afford the surgery either. So I'm jacked up either way. Might have some troubles. All right, so I'm doing a very the art I'm doing here for this Lone Star concept is very Russian, very very communist. It looks like something out of Manhattan.
Out of what?
You know those statues like in Rockefeller Center, they're all like
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
workers of the world type stuff.
Matt Carson says, Elliot, pony up the dough for the collagen. At least try it for a few weeks.
I'll tell you what, Matt. You I'll try it if you get it for me. How about that? Ah, man, stuff that she was talking about was like $60-$70. I was like, oh, no, can't do that.
For a month supply?
Yeah, I think so. I was like, yeesh.
It's only $2 a day.
It's not, in retro, it's not that bad. It's just, I can't afford it. So I got to try to find it in vitamins and other stuff that I could get. We have a few great natural stores here in Tampa, but they're still very pricey. What's a collagen tea, OP Dog? Is it OP Dog or Op Dog? I said this last time. It's just dog for me.
It's Up Dog. What's up, dog?
I see. I thought it was Op Dog, and then or did I always say it wrong? I don't know.
There's another thing you can do. If you do you eat a lot of chicken?
Sure.
Like fried chicken?
Not fried.
No.
Why? Am I supposed to fry it?
No. I just say that because it's the easiest part to eat is there's collagen in chicken. It's the connective tissue at the ends.
Yeah.
The crunchy part.
Yeah.
That and then if you have like a chicken, like a whole chicken, that in the middle part you have that soft white bone. It's like a bone, but it's like floppy.
Yeah, it's the cartilage stuff.
Yeah, it seems it's not cartilage. It's actually collagen. I mean, is it cartilage? Is that what they call it? But that part, it has no flavor at all. But that's pure collagen.
It's just hard the texture is so weird.
It's like a little, yeah.
I used to eat it when I was a kid. Now it's
a soft bone.
Now it spazzes me out. Like
that actually has glucosamine and chondroitin in it.
Oh. I heard that. I used to hear about that on talk radio all the time.
Yeah. In fact, they discovered glucosamine and chondroitin from people eating chicken bones because they discovered that people ate the chicken bones or the ends of the chicken bones. They took it off, they ground it up, they gave it to people, and it was relieving extreme arthritic pain. Right? And then the FDA is like, well, this new drug. It's like, drug? That's freaking chicken bones.
I wonder if you can just put it like in a food processor or something and shave it down or something.
Sure.
Huh.
Throw it in your Fruit Ninja.
Ray Dulu says, just take the pills. I can't, Ray Dulu. I can't afford the pills. Don't you guys understand what I'm telling you? Anyway. Dog says, Ricans eat chicken claws and live till like 100. That's not these Ricans. My dad's on his 5th heart attack. 6th heart attack.
I hate chicken feet. But that is, all that stuff on the chicken feet too. That's all collagen. It's like, whoa. It's gross because you have all the bones inside still, and it's like they're like these little teeny tiny bones in your mouth, and then the feet just feel like jelly in your mouth. Ugh.
I gag every time. Like if I have, like every once in a while, my wife will try to make chicken salad out of leftover chicken, and I can't tell if it's because I'm bracing myself for something terrible, but I gag on bones if I bite into like a tuna fish salad, tuna salad or tuna fish.
There's a bone in it.
If there's any spine in there, it makes me want to throw up. I can't take it. But hey, whatever.
Blue Spectre says, I came here to get entertained with art, not to get nauseous, Burrito Man.
Sorry. Trying to get healthy, man. Trying to get healthy. I really am. I'm working on it.
Well, I'm sure you've got lots of people around you that eat chicken all the time. So just tell them to collect all that collagen for you. And
well, now that I know, I'll try to remember that. My son has this weird condition. He can't process salt very well.
Oh yeah.
So he'll never have like hypertension or anything like that. He'll always.
Oh, nice.
He can't. He can't. So he has to take salt tablets.
Really?
Yeah. When I was at New York Comic Con one year, I was freaking out because I was always feeling guilty whenever I go to a show without my family.
Mm-hmm.
I was always like, I gotta get back, looking forward to getting back. Well, sure enough, man, my son had this weird episode and he just passed out. So they thought it was, so it's like, how he really benefits from drinking Gatorade all the time.
Yeah.
Because it's, he's young and he can handle the sugar that's in it, but also because it's so full of sodium.
Yep.
That's actually good for him. Where I try to tell him, I say, yeah, I can't eat that or drink that stuff. That's doctor will punch me in the face.
Yes, electrolytes they call them.
But
you mean salt? Electrolytes.
Exactly. That's what I said. But which is cool, he just has to be careful though, because when he sweats too much, he's losing a bunch of sodium out of his pores.
Yes.
And he has to be careful with sports. He's trying to do sports. He couldn't figure out why he was always getting weak.
That's a big problem for people, not just with salt, but with all their minerals, because your minerals are stored in your fat, and when you sweat them out and then you don't replace them into your body, your body needs all those different minerals for different functions.
Yeah. I'm trying to, they're not good at taking vitamins, but they're good at eating honey buns, though. Teenagers. I miss honey buns. I miss them. I used to eat them by the box. Oh, well.
I don't know what a honey bun is.
Mike, is there another character that is doing what I'm drawing for Lone Star that this could be actually useful for you?
Hugging Lone Star?
No, it's like a symbiote, like a creature that's trying to, like a Clayface type of character.
I mean, I suppose there could be.
Is he only fighting Nightcrawler type of bad guys, or
they go bump in the night? I mean, right now that's kind of the gig.
Okay.
But as I expand the superhero and supervillain universe, then
can this be like a ghost or something, or spectral monster or something? Some kind of some kind of goo creature.
Sure. Yeah. Ectoplasm.
Something out of a lab or something.
It's ectoplasmic. Ectoplasmic. Mr. Hellsperm says, drink the bone broth. Oh, my wife drinks that stuff.
Bone broth? What's that?
Bone broth. It's got collagen in it. It's broth, but it's high in the collagen. So
it's got lots of the collagens. Ooh, Mr. Carter, we got too much collagens over here.
For me, it just I mean, if you're making a soup out with it or something, that's fine. But just drinking it's like.
My dad used to take is that the same as taking like the bone off of like a roast and just putting it into a soup, making a broth out of the bone? Isn't it the same difference?
Well, a bone doesn't, you have a bone and then you have marrow. I don't think there's collagen there. The collagen is from the connective tissue.
Okay.
So the tendons and whatnot.
Okay. Well,
Updog says, I use bone and pig's feet for my BB. There's an interesting I don't know how much is in it, but do you like gummy bears?
Yeah. Who doesn't like gummy bears? Hey, yo, wait.
Yeah, a lot of gummies are made with pork collagen. with pig collagen.
Yeah, the only problem is they're high in sugar.
Yummy sugar though.
And that's my problem. Is I have all the other problems too at the same time. It sucks, but it's life.
I learned that from I think it was like a PETA video trying to convince me not to eat gummy stuff. And it just made me want more.
Oh, I do like them. Every once in a while, my favorite are those the gummy peaches. Oh my gosh,
yeah.
I can eat 10 bags of that, no problem.
Yeah,
that's bad for me though.
And the circle apple.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
there's so much sugar in that. Like it's funny because you read the back package. All diabetics do this. We're like, oh, okay, well, maybe if like I go walking and then you realize that's just for one serving. This package has 12 servings, and I just ate the whole package. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna die right now. I'm gonna go into a comatose.
Raythula says anything with real gelatin is made with collagen. Yeah.
Make you move and groove like gelatin.
But I love gummies.
Yeah, no, dude. I can my whole
trying to make it easy on Elliot.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you're fat. You live fat, things go wrong. I should have known. Did you catch that Joe Rogan interview with your boy Shapiro?
Oh, I did just get an email from him though.
He did they interviewed the other day, last week. Very interesting conversation. I would love to discuss it with you.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out when I got a minute, or however long it takes.
Well, that's right. You were on vacation this week, but.
If Thulu says you ain't fat, you ain't nothing.
That's so funny. I was there's this model that I follow on Instagram. She's not, I don't know, I guess she's a model, but she's really a fitness person. At first I was just impressed, she's just very beautiful, but then it occurred to me she's really like she's strong. She's a big girl, but she's very, very fit. And I don't know if that's because she was big and then she lost weight and she still, how sometimes you can, if you're bigger, you can like your calves and your legs get bigger,
Hell yeah, man. You've been carrying really 400 pounds around for 20 years. You're going to have freaking yoked legs.
But she's one of my favorite subjects for like when I look at the female form, she's pretty voluptuous, but when I'm trying to figure out how to do the sexy thing, I'm like, oh, she's cool. But she was getting angry because somebody said something about people who are I guess it's the whole fat shaming thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, girl, come on. First of all, you look great right now. What we're talking about are people who are like super obese that are trying to act like ballerinas here. That's not good for them. It's impossible. You can't be jumping around like that heavy on those joints.
No.
My son's complaining now, and because he used to, my son, it makes me wince every time I even think about it. He used to just drop to his knees and just like, I said, don't do that. What happened to me was when I was in the Army, on it was very early on in my career. I was delivering records to my headquarters, and headquarters on Fort Jackson were usually like, well, at least in my company, it was at a loading dock. So there was an office. The company commander was in there, and so was the first sergeant. It was like like a typical corporate scenario with people in fatigues. So I thought I just purchased my first pair of jump boots, and I wanted to test them. Now I had never gone to jump school, mind you, so this is very stupid. And I did a lot of stupid things, Michael, as you know. So I decided I'm going to try to jump off of the loading dock, which is about, it had to be like 8 feet down, something like that. It was, you know how you have to like back into it, and so it has, I don't know how exactly how tall it is. All I know is when I landed thinking I was gonna try to like, tuck and roll type motion. Where I had heard it was done from my buddies who had taken jump school. Dude, man, I think I cracked my pelvis. I felt lightning shoot from my ankles all the way up into my pelvic bone. And I almost fell to the floor. And for weeks and weeks, I had this crazy pain if I did certain weird stuff. Anyway, the long and short of it is, even to this day, if I see someone do something stupid like drop or almost hurt themselves, I feel a pain. It's a ghost pain. But I feel that. It's psychological, I guess, but it hurts. It still hurts. Like, I don't understand how it hurts, but it does. Anyway. It's no fun.
One of my kids' best friends, he's rambunctious like that. He likes to do things that wiser people wouldn't do.
Oh, gotcha.
And so he jumped down 16 steps once. And did CJ break both of his ankles? Yeah, he broke both of his ankles.
He broke what?
Both of his ankles.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's no good. I used to grab on to, I would like slide down from the top step to where I got as close as I could to the middle, and then I would swing my legs out to try to like land, but I still had myself somewhat supported somehow, and so I wouldn't hit hit it that hard, but I would do that. That was insane. And I'm like, Elliot, you moron. No wonder you got jacked up joints. No wonder. Like I said, I wasn't very athletic. I didn't do a lot of running except for the military. In high school I did, but after that it was no big deal.
Ray Thula says, you want to watch a cute gal who is both a competitive eater and bodybuilder shovel 10,000 calories down her throat, sub to Katina Eats Kilos.
What?
On YouTube.
Katina Eats Kilos? It's probably not healthy.
Anybody eat that much?
Dude, you know what's fun to watch is those guys with the hot dog eating competitions. That stuff's crazy. I don't know how they do that. They just start shoving stuff. How do you practice for that? How do you train for that? Are you really opening up your stomach somehow?
I have no clue how that works.
Come on, Mike. You're the science guy. Come on.
No, I seriously, I don't understand. It was just slide right through your stomach into your intestinal tract. You can't put all that food in a stomach. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Dog says the hot dog eating contest is gross. It is, but it's one of those gross things that you can't not look at. Like, how do they do it? You should, Kung Fu Kitty says you stretch out your stomach with eating so much, but they talk about like doing it with like that's why they dip the hot dog in water. The whole in the bun
slides down.
Ugh.
Apparently on a little conveyor belt that goes right into your whatever.
No bueno. It's not good.
Does anybody want a Bitcoin update?
Oh Lord.
No. Okay, fine. That's fine.
Go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Are you rich now or something?
Nobody cares.
I care.
I've been investing.
I care because you care, Mike. I care because you care. Otherwise, I don't care.
Actually, let me see what date. What is the official first date I invested in this stuff? Just scroll.
I'm making Lone Star a lot broader than usual, Mike.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he's a little tougher. This is like old. This is older Lone Star where he's whatever. He's been eating a lot of collagen.
I first bought my first $100 worth of Bitcoin when it was $2,600 in 2017.
Okay.
That's 4 years. 4 years I've been investing.
You're gonna tell me that you're now a gajillionaire?
No.
Oh.
No.
You've got
Bitcoin, right now is $9,689.
Is that good?
That ain't bad.
I know it's good. I know it's good. I don't know it's good. I suspect it. It sounds like a reasonably high number.
It ain't bad. We've been on a good upward trajectory for about 3 weeks. We've been going sideways. We went sideways for like 10 weeks in a row. Just no movement. And now we've been going up for about 3 weeks straight. So
what do you think that's cause of that?
Oh, it's the nature of Bitcoin. It's there's this thing called the halving where the processing becomes twice as difficult to mine a Bitcoin, and so the production of Bitcoin gets cut in half, literally. That's why it's called the halving. So the laws of supply and demand take over as more people become interested in it, and the supply is cut in half for production of it. At this point, there's just one single investment house called Grayscale buys more Bitcoin than is produced on a daily basis. So eventually, it's just after the halving, there's usually, well, it's only happened a couple times. There's only been 2 halvings because it's only 10 years old and it happens every 4 years. But there's the halving, which is the event everybody's waiting for. And then there's like 10 weeks of just static non-movement as people, investors, miners, everybody gets sort of used to the new normal. And then historically, that's the start of the parabolic rise in the price of Bitcoin. So last time it went from let's see what the Bitcoin all-time is. All-time chart. Last time, before the halving, I think it was at, I think it's right here, is right around $2,600, $2,700. And then it shot all the way up to, during the parabolic rise, it shot all the way up to just about 20 grand. So it had a, not a 10-fold increase, but, maybe a 9-fold, 8-fold increase, 8,000% increase to the peak. And then after the peak, it came down and sort of flatlined, consolidated down to around 6,000, which is still 3 times what it was. We had a crash, came down to 3,300, and then that didn't last very long. Came back up to around 10,000, and we've been kind of in this 10,000 to 9,000 channel. And then recently, again, we had the halving, and we had the COVID dump where stocks and gold and everything dumped all at the same time. Bitcoin doesn't exist in a vacuum, so that dumped along with it. And now we are on what looks like the beginning of the next parabolic phase.
So all I heard was the Charlie Brown teacher just now, but I love you. Like, yeah,
all right. Bitcoin news, not most of the people on my channel have no interest in the Bitcoin news, but that's fine.
It's just I don't understand.
I'm not a financial advisor.
I just don't understand it, Mike. And I don't have any money to invest, so I'm good.
Yeah, I hear.
I'll be sending you messages from the gulag. Hey Mike. I'm glad you invested in Bitcoin. Don't let anybody tell you different. Good job.
From gulag.
I'm just saying. Oops.
Says Jiminy. Thank you, Jiminy. Thank you ever so much, Jiminy.
Jiminy's awesome. I like Jiminy a lot.
All right, let's see.
My version of your Lone Star is saying, I'm not having your body and connected to mine, mister. He's really kind of grossly thick. This is a very idealized version of Lone
That is
Star.
a huge Lone Star.
Well, this is like, what if?
By the way,
Yes, sir.
not to criticize.
Yes.
But the lats come inside the armpit, in front of the traps.
The lats.
The latissimus dorsi.
These guys.
No, that's the serratus anterior.
Okay.
But yeah, the lats is that back muscle. It comes in. See how you have the tricep going into the armpit?
Yeah.
That's not how triceps work.
So does this?
Yep.
That's ridiculous. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
Sorry. And then you have the pit. I don't know what you call that big pit section.
The armpit.
Yeah, the armpit. There you go. That's what you call it. I didn't know the Latin name for the armpit.
It's the armpitus dorsalis.
The armpicus fletchicus.
You know what I have the urge to read? I was catching earlier today. What's his name? Mitch was broadcasting earlier.
Yeah.
And he was listening to this. He was listening to this audio book called "The Smoky God." Have you heard of this thing, Michael? What in the world?
It's a shark. Why you gotta talk smack about my shark?
You're right. How dare I?
Oh, it's a latex shark, so it's like I can make a fist out of it.
I gotta remember what.
You're not even looking. Whatever.
What does Lone Star look like? He's got the thing. He's got the goggles.
He's got the thing with the goggles. That's Cyclops.
Hold on, I'm working on it. I'm trying to shrink him up a little bit, best I can.
Shrink it.
All right, so he's got the strap face. He's got the thing on the chin. All right, he's got the thing on the chin, like Cap.
No,
Can't remember. It's been a while since I've drawn him.
That's fine. I'm sure you don't have any reference laying around anywhere.
It's in my other room over there, my other closet.
That's fine. You remember how to draw Cap. That's.
Oh, wait a minute, I have it over here. Let me see.
Let's switch it over to mine. Look, it's a guy. He's leaning on a table. Look how exciting it is to have a guy leaning on a table. And then over here, it's another guy. He's leaning on another table. Can adult Mike come back now? That's rude.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
So rude. Why you gotta mock me for my youthful exuberance? Huh? Why you gotta hate? I'm a man of youthful exuberance. You don't like it? Sorry. Don't know what to tell you. The puppet shark is a role Mike can really sink his teeth into. Stop that.
Oh, I think it's over here, actually. I don't know what I did with it. I think it's right here.
That's life. Not the way it seems. Some people get their kicks hopping on a dream.
I thought it was here. I had it here one time. That's why.
Simply regrets nothing. Nothing. That's fine. You regret nothing. You should, though. You should regret all the bad things that you've done in your life, and then repent of those things, and then enter into the heavenly abode. That's right. Do a Quint puppet shark.
I gotta find it later. Look what I have here.
Shark Indianapolis speech.
I have, Mike. I have a. Oh, sorry. You're talking so low. I can't hear you.
I'm talking solo.
Look what I got. This is
What you got?
a young. Wow, this is the year I moved to Florida. I had written the letter maybe a year before, and a 13-year-old jerkmonger receives a letter from Marvel Comics from one Walter Simonson.
No.
Yeah, I have a signature and everything here.
Whoa.
It says, let's see. So I sent him a letter.
From Tom DeFalco, I threw it away.
Huh?
I said I had one from Tom DeFalco. I threw it away.
Ah. It says, Dear Elliot, it says, thanks for your letter. I'm glad you like my stuff, so I'll tell you the secret straight out. I asked him for a secret. All the questions I hate, I asked him as well. You don't have to draw like me or like John Byrne or like Frank Miller or like anybody else. All you have to do is draw like Elliot Fernandez. Oh. And that's a matter of practice. By the way. Listen, lots of practice, he said. It's what all of us had to do to get to draw as we do now. Don't worry about your style. See, I was asking stupid questions back then. If you don't like it, you keep on drawing. And eventually, if you practice hard, see, he was talking about practice, meritocracy, and you look at your stuff carefully and change what you don't like, you will arrive at a kind of drawing that will satisfy you. But you have to really look at your own stuff critically. I say this all the time, and improve what you see. I know the names of a few good books that might come in handy for learning how to draw better. These are books that just about every professional I know has looked at and studied. I've listed them below along with a comment or two. These are all books you should be able to find or order from a good bookstore. Blair Preston Animation. I have that book. One of the Walter T. Huh?
George Bridgman, Complete Guide to Drawing from Life.
No, he doesn't mention that. I'll tell you.
How dare he? Andrew Loomis?
Yes. He sees your Bridgman and raises you, Loomis. He says, Blair Preston Animation, one of the Walter T. Foster series of self-teaching books, generally available in well-supplied art stores. Foster publishes a whole series of these, might be worth looking up. There's a lot of good basic information here, and it's fun, too. Andrew Loomis, Fun with a Pencil, Figure Drawing for All It's Worth, and Drawing the Head and Hands. These are all standard reference books that practically everybody I know in comics has gone through time and again. A lot of fun and a lot of information. Fun with a Pencil is for kids, but it's really for kids of all ages like me. Isn't that great? Walter Simonson is talking to young me. I love this guy. The others are a little more advanced, but they contain a wealth of information. You should also study the guys you like, although it sounds like you already are. Try to figure out how they do what they do well. How do they picture together? How do they put pictures together to tell a story? What would it look like if all the words were gone and you only had the pictures to look at? And how did the artist communicate the story with his pictures? And why did he choose why he chose those particular pictures to tell the story with? These are some of the questions you want to ask yourself if you want to pencil comics. And of course, the word you'll hear over and over from anybody in the field is practice, practice, practice. Draw whatever you like, but the point is to draw as much as you can. One last point I feel I must emphasize. Don't worry about your style. Just learn to draw the very best you can. Your style will develop naturally. That's something that is very hard to believe, but it will come with time, whether you want it or not. Trust me. Hope the information above is helpful. Thanks very much for your letter and your compliments. Best of luck, and best regards, Walter Simonson.
Nice.
I forgot I had this. I also have all my rejection letters from my first time. Yeah. I kept all my rejection letters my first year, and I still keep them with me to remind me.
Did you keep your rejection emails?
No, because back then it was just letters. That's how.
Yeah, no, I got the rejection letter from Tom DeFalco. So
this is the good
keep
stuff
that.
right here.
Laminate it.
I know, man. I want to do something with it.
How you frame it?
I should.
I would frame that. I'd legit frame that.
It has those sticky lines, like when you can't see it there, but
he didn't even type that on that Marvel letterhead.
No, and it has
that's like from his desk. Dang, son. That's epic. You got to take that to him at a con and ask him to do a sketch on it.
Well, it's a good idea. I asked him, I met with him once in New York, and I said, I wrote you a letter when I was just a boy. I was like 12, 13 years old. And he goes, oh, it must have been a good letter because I don't write many. I was like, oh, really? I bet you tell it to all the starving artists in front of you. Yeah, man, that was awesome, man. He was so cool. All he was doing was like just teaching people. He was just hanging out, just talking about art, and then signing his name with the dinosaur and stuff. That was so cool. Yeah, man, he's
a bomb, man. He was one of my favorites.
Yeah, man. He changed my whole way of thinking back then, even as a kid. That's why I was like weird when I finally started doing comics. I was like, what am I doing here? Yeah, look, I got the envelope too. Look at this. Yeah, look.
Oh, dude, that's not even from Mark. What, you just wrote him?
I wrote him somehow through the thing, and he had a stamp. I mean, he has the stamp there for Marvel Comics.
That's not Marvel letterhead.
So he wrote me himself.
Dang. Maybe that was before they did the letterhead.
Huh?
That might have been before they had the letterhead.
Maybe. Jimmy says I still have all my rejection letters. Look, these are all my rejection letters. Let's see. I had.
Did you get a DC one with the all the guys are standing on each other's shoulders on the back of the paper?
No, I didn't get that one. This is the first time this is when I was supposed to work with Sandy Colora. He wanted me to come on to Sandy. The guy that did the Batman Predator movie. Remember? It was like an independent movie, and it was Batman, Predator, and Alien, and Joker. You know what I'm talking about?
No. Updog wants to auction it.
It was called Batman Dead End, and it was this guy looked great. He had like a very Alex Ross looking costume. Anyway, this is when he wanted me to work with him over in San Diego. I almost moved there. I almost lived next to you. This is all old, so I can show this because this Mr. Giordano passed away, but he gave this to me at a con to reach out to this guy, Richard Bruning, who was at the time a design editor at DC. He wanted me to contact him, and I totally choked. I wouldn't do it. I got my letters here. Look, my rubber band is all old and busted just now. I got this rejection letter was from Dark Horse, CrossGen back then, Marvel, another Marvel one. Marvel. I must have wanted to work at Marvel really bad. What's this? Let me see what this one is. This was say what? I have my volume low. I should raise it up a little bit. This was from Dark Horse also. So Dark Horse rejected me once. Do you remember a Jeremy Barlow?
No.
Okay, so this is the time they rejected me the first time. It was your typical form letter. And oh no, this is cool. This is he says, due to the overwhelming submission we receive on a daily basis, we've instituted a brief, concise system of communicating with potential artists. Here's how it works. So congratulations, your work has passed the first hurdle, but don't get excited just yet. At the moment, the American comics industry is very tight. This is I forget when this was in 2002. Anyway, keep submitting. Was this one, and then
just keep swimming.
Just keep swimming. And then I got another one here. What's this one? That's Marvel also. Then Dark Horse. I think this is the one. I say, man, I've been lucky. So I get this another letter. It says, due to the high volume unsolicited stuff, blah blah blah. This was Tim Irvin Gore, assistant editor, and again, this was back in, I don't even know when this was. Oh, here's the paper. It's 2001, and then I get this. So it says, better yet, ask a friend to give you some honest assessment of your work. Every little bit of advice helps. Keep it up. It takes a lot of hard work and tenacity to succeed in comics. Good luck. And then he says, actually, your pencils were pretty good, but it's hard to tell a penciler's talent for a few pages of superhero stuff. Your expressions and layouts look pretty good, though. I'd say you're getting really close to being publishable. Please find a script to pencil that features normal characters. Actually, I'll send a sample. Try it out and resubmit. It's no walk in the park.
Thinking while he's writing the letter.
Huh?
He's thinking while he's writing.
Yeah, it was typed up, and then he wrote me the letter, and then he sent me a script, and I never responded.
Oh no.
Yeah, man. But that's because it's not all about that. I wasn't ready at the time. I want to see the Marvel ones though. The Marvel ones must be like so juicy. Let's see, 2001 and 2001 and something else. I don't know what this one is. But I keep these because I always remember to tell myself, like, man, Elliot, you could have done it, but it wasn't easy. It was always going to be tough.
I don't want to tell you my stories.
Yeah, Scott Elmer said, you got your work cut out for you, bub.
Oof.
It's like, all right, to hell with you. Anyway, and then this is from later. I don't remember. I don't recall. Marvel was never interested in me. And then this was Scott Elmer again. You need to work on body language, expressions, and blah 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 blah. You got a lot of work cut out for you. It's the same letter. I love it. Good times. Humbling.
I told you how I got work, right?
No, tell me. I think you have, but I want to hear it again.
All right. I was in junior college, and I was planning on doing movie posters for a living. I wanted to be Drew Struzan.
Oh.
And I'm glad I didn't do that. Jeez Louise. And it was the boom, and I heard that Ron Lim was making $30,000 a month.
Whoa.
He's doing like $3, and they were, Ron's fast. And so I was like, I can draw comics. So I grabbed my artwork and I threw it in a brown paper bag, and I went to WonderCon. It was, up in Oakland, which is about a 45-minute drive from my house. And I shopped it around, and then I went and I got Tom DeFalco's business card, and he said, to keep, send him stuff. And then that was back when, Tom DeFalco was doing the portfolio reviews. And I can't remember who else I showed. I must have done something at DC or something or other. But then I ended up talking to Jeff Johnson, who I had met the week before at a Bay Area Comic Club meeting. And he's like, hey, go show this stuff to Malibu. Go talk to Chris Ulm at Malibu and tell him I sent you. So I went over and asked for Chris Ulm, and he was there, and I handed him my brown, grocery bag of artwork, and he flips through it, and he's like, this is great. I'll give you work. That was it.
And you got work.
Yeah. He started me off inking, though, which is a different story, but
dude, that's still cool. What are you talking about?
Yeah. And then the next year at WonderCon, this is my 21-year-old most arrogant boy in the world story.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
It was 1993, and it was the year Image launched. So it was, the line for the Image boys was all the way around the building, right? But I had a pro badge. So I took a drawing I had done of that I drew, and then my friend Matt inked, and it was Wildcats versus Cyberforce. And I walked up past security with my pro badge, and I walked up. Rob Liefeld looked up at me, and I looked at him, and then I looked past him, Jim Lee, and I said, "Jim, I thought you'd like to see this," and I threw it in front of him. And he looked at it, and he said, "This is really good." And he reached over and he grabbed a folded up poster, and he wrote his name and he wrote his phone number on it, and he handed it to me, and he said, "Send me some stuff." And I'm like, "All right, sounds good." So I walked back to my table and I grabbed the pencil Xerox of it, right? And then I walked back past security, past Rob, over to Jim, and I said, "I thought you might just want to see the pencils." And he looks at it, and he looks back up at me, and he says, "Where do you live?" And I say, "San Diego." And he says, "How would you like to move to San Diego?" Oh, I said, "San Jose." And he said, "How would you like to move to San Diego?" I said, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm going to hire you." And I'm like, "What?" Oh. And I'm like, "All right." So I was the talk of the con. Jim Lee just hired some dude on the spot. I was like,
Michael.
That eventually turned into another story that sheds Jim in less than a great light. But
right.
I did not end up moving down. But that night at the bar, I saw Jeff and Jim there, and I walked up to him and I'm like, Jim, do you want to see my portfolio? Like, do you want to see any other, should I do a test or anything? He's like, Mike, you have the job. I'm going to fly you down to La Jolla. I'm going to set you up in an apartment. I'm going to throw some money in your bank account, and we're going to start you drawing comics.
Wow.
Like, all right. That sounds good. And then he reneged on it because he's Jim.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That sucks. Yeah. My thing, it started out with that's why I always be partial to Bart Sears, because he the guy I met was Dan Raspler, who was Dan was my
editor on JLA.
Yeah, he was the last guy that right when I thought I'm going to quit my job and do this the first time, he said, I want you to call me. I like your work, but I like your attitude best. I want you to call me and see what we can do. So then I called him finally, and he answered, but then he's like, "Look, I can't get you any work right now, but I want you to talk. There's some things I want you to work on, and here's what I want you to do. I want you to go talk to this guy. He's at CrossGen. His name is Bart Sears." Like, "I know who Bart is. Boots and Bigs." Says, yeah. Go see him and tell him that I sent you, and I want you to get some pointers from him, and I want you to send me back some more script stuff. I said, "All right." I went one time, and then I went like almost a week later to bring. I had met with him several times at night. Well, because I don't know if you knew about how CrossGen was. It was like they were trying to reproduce the bullpen, and but they had like a dormitory. So you can sleep there. If you were working late, you can catch some Z's on some of the hammocks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then but it was cool, man. They had like soda machines and stuff, and I thought that was the best. Like free soda all day. I would have worked for free in that case back then. And sure enough, like just a little while after that, I brought a tour of people with me. I loved it, man. Mark Alessi used to have what do you call it? He had like Frank Frazetta paintings on the wall that he had purchased his personal collection. It was incredible. He had a lot of stuff. He had Jack Kirby stuff, all sorts of stuff. And he ended up, but things didn't work out. And I remember I met Brandon Peterson, Brandon didn't like very much because
No?
no. Well, I'm sure he was a nice guy. It's just
I like Brandon.
he was very angry at those days. He was there, and he was the art director at the time, I think.
Yeah.
Or something. And he was mad as hell. he was yelling in the room, and I had some people in the tour, and he's like, I don't care if anybody's here. I don't care. And he's all upset. And sure enough, that was like a few minutes. They said, would you guys mind hanging out in our we have some things we're going to talk about here, a meeting. Can you guys hang out over here with the at the conference room? Like, yeah, sure. And there's all kinds of goodies, and we're just like eagerly awaiting the tour. We're gonna have to ask you guys to leave. We're about to shut down the door. So I went, what? And like literally my eyes welled up. I'm like, this was my only chance. And that was it, man. And I was like, I can't believe it. And I gave up on comics after that.
I'm so glad that Brandon tried to get me to join CrossGen, and I'm like, I ain't moving to freaking Florida.
Yeah, but some good guys came out of that, man. And do you know Mark Pennington?
I don't know him personally, no.
He's my buddy. We're part of the same group with Andy. I run with him, and he's incredibly talented. You know, he designed a bunch of the GI Joes that we talk about all the time. He designed them and stuff like that. Designed a bunch of the vehicles too. He's awesome. He's a great guy, man. Super talented. He studied under Frank Frazetta. Did you know that?
Who, Pennington?
Yes, he did.
Really?
Yes, he did. Yep. And he did a bunch of stuff with X-Men, and he did stuff with what was the other thing he did? He worked on Sandman. He was an inker primarily, but his paintings are incredible. That and who else? This guy came out of there too. He worked on Scion. What's this cat? Jimmy Chung wasn't there? He was there for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That dude can eat. You talk
Really?
about competitive eating. Holy cow. That guy can put away plates of meat.
He's a little guy.
Yeah, he is. I had dinner with him at Fogo de Chao. You know, it's all you can eat Brazilian or Brazilian barbecue.
Uh-huh.
Dude, plate after plate after plate. I'm like, where are you putting all this? He's like one of those little Asian, little Oriental power eaters.
Yeah. Who else was there too? Paul Pelletier. We became friends out of that. And he moved up back to I think he's in Maine again. But he's another one that we became good friends. He would always like try to help me out. He gave me a bunch of copies of his work. He would give me his pages so I can look at and study. And he's like, we got to get you in there, man. We got to get you in. I'm like, Paul, how are you going to do that? You're trying to get the jobs that you're saying you want to help me get. You're having the same challenge. And I remember when his contract ran out after he had done all the Hulk work. Remember World War Hulk and not World War Hulk, War of the Hulks. He was like the Hulk artist at the time, in I guess the early 2000s.
What is he doing?
Huh?
What is he doing? Because he's great.
He's at DC. He does. He got a contract with DC, so he moved back up to Maine, I think, and now he's just. But he's not doing enough. For a while, he was doing Batgirl. He's got a weird style. He's really fun to look at. He definitely has a lot of John Byrne in him.
Oh,
but
yeah.
He's got a lot of John Byrne, a lot of Alan Davis. Yeah, those are like the two big things I found in his work. When he was impressed that I could tell that. I was like, he's like, yeah. But he was funny. I would talk to him about comics. Like, yeah, I don't like comics that much. I don't read nothing. I just like to draw them. I was like, really? And he was fast, Mike. Yeah. He's crazy. He would like draw with a fat pencil, like a blunt pencil, like how you're like super anal with the like 0.3 lead. This guy would crack out like a blunt pencil and just start drawing and look like it was a finished inks. I couldn't believe it. So good. So
I got to read Victor's super chat here.
Oh,
We're passed out on a bed with 3 other people, and Jim Lee, Kelsey, Shannon shared a story. Maybe he wanted you for something else.
What? This is
Victor. I read it. I don't get it, but I read
ludicrous, I tell you.
What? I remember there was a kid in elementary school who had all kinds of behavior issues, and apparently his folks let him drink Jolt all the time. Oh, that's good.
Who's that?
Kung Flu Kitty said it. And she says, apparently JoJo was half dressed in the hall a second ago. Might want to shut the door. He's got underwear on. He's just got a t-shirt, and he ain't free balling.
'Cause I'm free.
Kelsey, you even slur your words in your chat.
Have you heard from him at all?
Kelsey. Have I heard from Kelsey?
Yeah.
When
I
was
haven't heard from him at all in months. I reached out to him once, and I haven't heard. Oh, well. Those are the breaks.
Yes. Kelsey wants to stay out of any drama. He thinks all drama is stupid. So I respect that. I can respect staying out of it. This is taking me 2.5 hours to do something that should take me half an hour.
Okay. Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good.
I'm liking this this Lone Star thing. It's coming out kind of cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shrink up the fist a bit here. That's the one thing about Photoshop is it's not as good as some of these other programs I use anymore, but man, what I like about it is that it's almost like a no frills, even though it's like the premier program for this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like it's just good old fashioned draw. I'm drawing real loose and sketchy, and I like it.
Photoshop.
It's just not portable. I can't take my computer with me everywhere I go.
Victor says Kelsey said his friend was telling him if he wanted to meet Jim Lee, and he was in a room passed out with 5 naked people on a bed, just a big orgy scene. What?
Okay.
Rumors.
What are all these rumors about me every day? Just need some time to get away from. Anyway.
Where was Kelsey talking about this?
It was probably one of those nights when he was drinking too much or something. He's probably just telling tall tales out of school.
Yeah. Tall Tales by Kelsey Shannon. Wonder if he's been doing any more of those videos. I haven't checked his channel out. Kelsey's a great film editor or whatever. Yeah, I guess it's mostly editing. It's not like the cinematography itself is great, but his editing is fantastic.
One of my buddies on Instagram, he's been doing some killer stuff. He was doing a lot of it on TikTok. I wonder if he stopped doing it, but because of all the stuff that's going on. But he goes by Kaiserilla. I forgot his Kaiser Stone is what his name is. Anyway, he's been doing some cool videos. He's talking to himself and he's responding to himself with body language with his voice over. It's pretty good. And then he's like, I want to draw Popeyes, but he's trying to take this weird, interesting takes on stuff. He's really good. One of my favorite people on there. I've been following him for a long time. Them and the Barossa, what's this cat's name? These are all the guys that used to do stuff with Marvel Animation and Warner Brothers. Chris Copeland's fantastic. He's another great guy. He's the one that almost got me to move to California for animation. I did some animation remember for the Hulk cartoon, some storyboarding.
Yeah.
And I almost moved to LA then too, before I left my day job. Almost did it.
San Diego would have been preferable.
San Diego was too expensive. That's why I didn't go the first time.
San Diego is more expensive than LA?
I don't know, but it just was very expensive. I remember looking at the pricing of housing, and I was like, how can I live in San Diego? I can't even afford to live here in Tampa.
Oh, tell you what, man.
And that was, what, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
But the other thing is
I moved here from San Jose, so it seemed cheap.
I don't know how you guys do it.
It's so crazy expensive.
Is it just that Californians just like, how do you not hate being there with all the expense that's attached to it?
The weather.
Come on, Michael. That's ridiculous.
That's it, dude. If it wasn't for the weather, I would move.
That's insane.
Well,
for that matter, you might as well move to like Montana or something.
You can't just get up and go for a walk 300 out of 365 days a year in Montana.
Why not?
Because it snows.
Yeah, it's cold weather.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want the weather.
Wow.
$50 says, I don't want you talking with Lee no more. You're with me now. Creeper.
What?
Dang, Victor. This guy. Andrew Lanning says, excuse me, sir, where can I buy issues of Lone Star? If you go to maga7.com, maga7.com, and just kind of scroll down a little bit, you'll see it here. Let me
I talked to my stream today about possibly coming on with you more often on the Apologetic Mike, by the way. And I talked about Lone Star a little bit.
On your stream?
Mm-hmm.
What people say? So here's Magnificent 7. If you just go to maga7.com, it'll take you right there. You just scroll down here where it says Lone Star 1 and 2 together, 20% off, and you can get those both signed from me. Lickety boop, splickety spoo. And then while you're there, why don't you just go ahead and grab Maga 7. Thank you for asking, Andrew. Let's refresh this and see if we've moved anything tonight. 560. Nope. 27,569. Magnificent 7, ladies and gentlemen. Get some. Get some.
Get you some. Get you some. That's what you say in the Army. Get you some.
Mistletoad says, the same weather all the time sounds so boring, but then again, I'm Canadian, and where we experience all 4 seasons. Well, I'm in California. I'm in San Diego. If I want to visit the seasons, I can just visit places that have seasons.
That's true. That's true.
Not necessary to live there.
Everybody else does.
It's madness.
Yeah, but Michael,
crazy.
What's going to happen when the stormtroopers come looking for you? You're going to have to leave.
Yeah. Well, where would I go?
Michael, come on.
La-di-da.
To the hills.
The hills.
I will lift up my eyes to the hills. From whence cometh my help. I talked about your work on the DC stuff. And someone said, "Oh man, I love that stuff. I want to check it out." And next time you go on there, let me know. So I said, "All right, there you go." Nice. No one's gonna come over because of Trump comics. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Mike. But they might come over for the other stuff too. So
no one's gonna come over where for Trump comics?
From Instagram. You should see. Instagram has gone crazy, man.
Yeah,
it is gone nuts.
They go loco. Cuckoo for coconuts.
I had to drop a couple of people that I was following for a while, but I couldn't take it anymore. I'm seeing so much propaganda stuff that's clearly was designed for people that are like, oh, look, just post this, just post this. You could tell. It's like, oh, that is bad. I don't like that. And it's in their stories too. So then this one particular guy, which I liked him so much, man. And I don't have a problem with him personally. I'm sure Jesus loves him, but I cannot. He would post in his story like 30 different stories. So like those are like however many seconds it is per story.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just fill up my whole like little, instead of there being little hatches, at the top of the screen, you'll get like little hatch lines for like the length of a story or whatever. He would post like 30 of them. I'm not lying. I'm not exaggerating. It was a lot. And I couldn't, it would take me about 10 minutes to get through just his stuff. And I'm like, where's the art? I want to support his art, man. I'm not interested in that stuff. I don't care. But he's from New York, and I was like, okay, I don't get it, man. I don't know how those guys in New York are like, it's cool. Okay, you guys are gonna get murdered, and everybody's fine with it. Whatever. I don't like it. I don't like it. But whatever.
Oh, sir, don't like it.
No, sir, don't like it. That was the horse, right? From MVP.
And powdered toast, man. Right through says, I'm in NorCal and we have 2 seasons: wet, cold and wet, and warm and less wet. How far north are you? Because I grew up in San Jose. We had seasons there.
Yeah, it might as well be Oregon.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's probably what it is.
That's part of the reason my dad moved us to San Jose is he said he missed the weather. But,
I see. So it's very emotional for you. I don't know. I miss the weather too sometimes from New York. And then I remember, it's New York. I'm good here.
Yeah. Nobody needs to live in New York.
Shut up. That's fun.
Wait, you left.
Yeah, but not on purpose. I still go back. I still get weepy for it. Every time I listen to Billy Joel, I get all, I'm in the New York state of mind. But then I go back and I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm Tampa. What's up, Tampa? Get on up.
Well, don't get all persnickety with me because I say nobody wants to live there.
It's not because of the weather. It's because of politics.
Right.
See, Mike, I'm thinking about the important stuff. Not really. All right. Oh, that's looking nice. So how did you fix your how did you fix the Cintiq? Did you have it?
Just I don't know. It just started working again.
Huh.
Which is very good because I need it to do these pages.
That sounds like hornswoggle.
I just have to buy a new one. Yeah, Jesus likes me, so he just fixes my stuff for me. He's my IT guy.
Wow. Forgive him, Lord.
What? Forgive him?
Did I ever do? I don't mean, I shouldn't have said that, Michael. I didn't mean that.
Jesus is my friend. He's my best friend.
Just trying to make it sound like you're not my friend.
Don't be talking about my friend like that, Elliot. Or he'll smite you.
He's more than our friend. He's our elder brother.
He's my friend. He said it in
first
the Bible. I call
born.
you friends. That's in the Bible, Elliot. He calls us friends. Doesn't that just warm your heart?
Huh? What?
I said, doesn't that just warm your heart?
My heart is warmed sufficiently.
Yay.
What did I ever do to deserve screams?
You got a friend in me.
Wow.
I can't sing tonight.
Tell me, Lord.
Someone in the chat's gonna be like, forever. You got a friend in me.
Oh, help me, Jesus. I need it. My dad went through a phase in his life. I think he's still in it. And he got heavy into like country music.
Yeah.
He used to wear cowboy boots, and he, look, I jokingly say this sometimes, but it's true. My family, we look at my beard, Michael.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know I was Puerto Rican. If I had a different kind of accent, you might think I might have been from like Northern Africa or somewhere.
What?
Just saying. The Middle East.
You mean like assalamu alaikum?
Yeah. So my dad looked just when they pulled out Saddam Hussein, that hole, he looked like my dad on some of the days he would wake up. I told him, I said, Dad, Papi, that looks weird. You look a little weird. I'm saying. Anyway, long story short.
I'm just saying.
My dad, he ended up. So I'm saying that his beard is very like mine. If he doesn't keep it, it's just frazzly,
Mm-hmm.
I said, Dad, they used to call him. I got to be careful, right? Because I don't want you to get in trouble. They used to call him the Puerto Rican Cowboy Jew.
Perfect.
So he loved Little House on the Prairie, and his favorite character was Mr. Edwards. Remember Charles Ingalls' friend, the guy with the beard. And he talked like this, Charles. He would say that.
Yeah.
But my dad would do the accent, would do that Charles with his Puerto Rican Charles. No, Dad, stop, Dad, don't do it. No, too sexy. So anyway, he's so funny, man. I love my dad. So he used to wear boots. We listened to a lot of Kenny Rogers on 8-track back then. And I wonder if he got sad when he died. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of listening to old things, do you ever listen to Art Bell?
That was something Coast to Coast.
Yeah, Coast to Coast AM.
Only I didn't catch enough of it. I wish I had. It was right up my alley.
Yeah, dude, I'm surprised you didn't.
I didn't know what it was. I never got into late night talk shows.
Oh, really? Yeah, dude, I was up all night listening to that stuff. But we listened to one from on the internet, like on the drive home. But we also, I was on the drive home from church tonight. I guess they play the Somewhere in Time Art Bell show reruns here on AM 600, and they were talking about like the Hale Bopp comet and stuff, and it was like from back in 1996.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I had to have heard this because I listen to Art Bell every night. Just it was my routine. I would just draw and listen to that all night long. So
yeah, I love that, all that paranormal weird stuff.
Yeah.
Or I don't mean weird, like weird fiction and weird stuff. I love that stuff. I just
the Art Bell, all the old Art Bell Coast to Coast stuff is on archive on just look up like artbell.com or something like that. It's all still there. Archive.
Oh, so you can access it like that.
He's got a episode or two with Chuck Missler.
Who's that?
Chuck Missler. Oh my gosh. Chuck Missler. He was a Calvary Chapel pastor, but his career was he was an engineer, and he had worked on like secret projects for the government and at major technology companies and all this kind of they would take commissions or contracts from the government to work on top secret stuff and all that kind of stuff. But he ended up being a pastor. And so he had such a unique perspective on so much stuff, including UFOs, because he was unwilling to dismiss UFOs because of how much
he had been involved with it, or
no, not involved with it, but because of the how credible so many witnesses were.
Right.
And he wouldn't just dismiss it out of hand like most Christians probably would. So he's like, well, if this is something that is happening to real people, and these aren't just like meth heads out on the road. These are business people. These are farmers. These are just normal people having these experiences with UFOs, then there's got to be some sort of an explanation. So he delved into, figuring out what was the Christian explanation for the UFO phenomenon.
I actually, I lean that direction as well. I mean, all jokes aside about paranormals and stuff like that, but I don't know. I guess what was his specific take on it then?
Oh, that they're extra dimensional.
Like
Their craft is extra dimensional, but it's basically he takes the view that look, the Nephilim, what the Nephilim have always done is crossbreed with humans, right? Like since Genesis 6, that was kind of their shtick. Well, back in the old days when our DNA was closer to perfection, as it was with Adam and Eve, they had perfect DNA, right? So if you could, because it was in the image and likeness of God, if you could crossbreed angelic DNA with perfect human DNA, or close to perfect human DNA, you would have all this, the heroes of old, the men of renown, right? The people who end up doing things that they get considered to be gods for.
I'm not convinced yet that
back in the day. Well, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
That as with any replication process, you lose information over time. Generation after generation after generation, after thousands and thousands of years, the human genome has lost enough information that if you try to crossbreed angelic DNA with human DNA, you would get humanoid figures, and that's where he conjectures that you would get grays or greens, or the alien forms you would see. They are actually living physical beings.
Or lizard people.
Well, no, he never did the lizard people.
Why stop at the greens and the grays? Why not go into lizard people?
I don't
know. I'm just kidding. I'm not sure I'm convinced about Nephilim being angelic, because I've always learned that they were sexless beings. But
yeah, the Bible doesn't say that. The Bible says that they do not marry, nor are they given in marriage. But the Bible also never describes a female angel.
Right.
And God's first act of creating a female was taking a rib out of Adam.
Right.
Now, here's an interesting point of conjecture. The word for rib has the same root as the word rung, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you take out of the human chromosome, or the human DNA strand, you take out one rung, or you take out an X chromosome, no, Y chromosome, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does the chromosome become? It goes from male to female.
So Alpha Proto asks, why would angels have DNA? Aren't they spirits? It's a good question.
That's an interesting thing. They have physicality.
They do appear that way, for sure.
Well, I think the difference between an angel and us is we are locked into this 4-dimensional sphere, right? Height, length, width, and time are the 4 dimensions we are bound by in our human experience.
I know what you mean.
When Christ was resurrected and he was given his resurrection body, what is it called? It's glorified body.
Mm-hmm.
Dude could walk through walls.
Yeah. It had other property. It was able to do.
It had supernatural properties that the likes of which that humans can, and so
It's true. That's true, because it's not, that doesn't mean necessarily that I know what you're trying to say, and to answer the question specifically based on what you're saying, I can appreciate what you're describing. If again, we're always assuming that everything's just like what we think it is based on, you know, certain ideas about what these beings may or may not be. But yeah, I was talking to some, like we were saying the other day, we on the cross examinations last week. We only know just what we need to know. Some of those other ideas are still, I mean, there's probably, well, there's at least God himself, just God himself is eternal. He's not just what we read about, but what we read about is absolutely who he is. It's just there's more to him that we still haven't discovered yet about him, and we'll spend the rest of eternity, you know, being amazed at how incredible he is. But also those angelic beings are also created, and they were designed to be messengers for us.
Mm-hmm. That's what angel means.
Yeah, and it's servants to us. And that's one of the reasons why sometimes I say, like, you know, it's no wonder Lucifer is so torqued. You know, I gotta serve these. I like the way they kind of say it in some of the movies sometimes, like that, like in Constantine, these hairless apes. You know, I don't believe in evolution, but I can imagine that kind of dismissiveness is, I'm sure, how they jerk. Yeah. He died for them and not for us, and I get it, but too bad. I can't do nothing about that. Take it up with Jesus. But yeah, I can totally see how that as far as that being a something that they're not bound to it, but they may not be fully corporeal like we are. But to your point, we are spiritual beings just locked in this system for now.
Right.
Eventually we will have that doesn't mean that we won't have some sort of corporeal form. It just, he did design us with a corporeal
form, right,
but it's not necessarily, that's not this what we have here is not the end of it.
Right. And we are created, the Bible says we are created a little lower than the angels, which actually places angels higher than us in the creation hierarchy.
Right.
Which would explain why Lucifer is pissed.
Yeah.
But it's also an interesting point, and Ed McGinnis is the one that always that points this out to me. How great is God? How great is God that when he looks at us and angels, he says we are a little lower than angels.
Yeah.
A single angel can wipe out 80,000 warriors in a single night. And we are created, from God's perspective, a little lower than that.
Yeah. Definitely a loads to unpack. You know, that we used to say things like, "Man, you know, it seems like it's going to be boring in heaven." No way, man. No way. It's going to be like if you're like, I don't know. I could totally see it from the perspective of people who are like, I was talking to my son about, you know, words, because he's into hip hop, and I'm trying to really explain to him, like he's doing really well with that. He really does. He's got, you know, he's very similar to what you hear out in the world. I said, son, it's only because you're just imitating what you hear, what you think is quality based on something that you and your friends say. I said, these are all young kids, and they're saying things like, "Oh, I feel like I've done it all already." I said, that's because you guys have gotten good at and skilled at the practical aspects of music, but you haven't really gotten into the art of it. And I was trying to explain that. So I took out some of Lauryn Hill's lyrics, and, you know, especially when she clearly had some sort of Christian experience when she did the MTV Unplugged, that she was worshiping God in that thing. I couldn't believe it. I remember I weep to that album. You got to listen to it sometime and listen to at least read the lyrics. But what was fascinating to me was I was trying to show him, I said, it's because you need to practice. You have to have some sort of love for language to be a writer, oh yeah, there's the hammer, bam, right in the head. And I said, hey, how can you want to do music where, especially the kind of music you want to do, which is all lyrical, it's not like he's not just a musician, he does play, but he's also heavy into music. So you have to have at least a little more love for language. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because I love it. I love hearing about etymology, and I like to try to like come up with better ways to say stuff. Way more interesting to me. I find that fascinating. But then I imagine for those people who are just like, oh, I just want to watch TV, there's gonna be plenty of that too, like you're gonna be blown away by what you're seeing. It's like whenever I remember when God first talked to me about ministry, I believe he talked to me, and it was on the edge of a volcano in Nicaragua. And Nicaragua. Yeah. I'll never get it, dude. And it's because you're in this presence of like nature. You look at, when you're in Montana and you see those mountains or whatever, or in California even. I remember in when I was stationed in Tacoma, I remember looking at Mount Rainier, just marveling at that incredible sight. And all we were doing, hip, lip, rattle, lip, running around on the army base. And I'm like, are you guys kidding? This is a giant freaking testament to God's power. But even then I wasn't that concerned because I was doing stupid stuff. I'm just saying, even in my state of rebellion, I was still blown away by that. And so anyway, there's going to be plenty of that. If you thought Lord of the Rings was cool, wait till we get there. Wait till we see.
I was kind of thinking about like the perfection. I've heard this kind of crazy idea from like, I didn't hear it from him directly, but I just heard he said from Benny Hinn, I think.
Oh yeah.
That Adam and Eve could fly.
Yeah.
Right.
I heard that.
And obviously there's nothing in the Bible that would specify that they could fly that I've ever read. But the idea that we were created in perfection, a little lower than the angels, and we are created to be eternal beings. Are we created in our perfect state? What are we capable of doing? Because there's an entire universe out there, right?
Sure.
And the angels, being multidimensional, would be able to probably traverse, right?
Yeah.
The universe. So how much lower than the angels do we have to be? Or are we created close enough to the angels? Will we have access to the in our perfected form, as Jesus was after the resurrection? Would we be able to transverse the multi-dimensional aspects of creation and go visit Jupiter in a blink? Check out God's creation across a nearly limitless universe.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I mean, to your point, I mean, we're here for this,
Mm-hmm.
and we only need what we need here for what we're doing. We're also contending with the curse of sin and how it's corrupted us. And so therefore, in that circumstance, I don't think this is plan B either. I think this was plan A, but I think that what he has in store for us is more like what you're describing, But let's see here. Maybe Human says, this dude is insane. He thinks God is talking to him. Cringe. Well, I guess so. I guess I believe God does talk to me in the, like Mike said the other day, in the still small voice.
Yep.
Not if he's what I think he is, why would I limit him by my thoughts of what life should be or not? Good luck. Godspeed.
Well, it's an interesting position he brings up, because that's not even an unchristian position. They're not, I mean, not the cringe part, but there's Christians that don't believe that God talks to us, right? There's Christians that believe they hear very clearly. There's I've had a friend of mine from church was barren, and she was at a Bible study, and there was a gal there that was a guest at the Bible study, had never met her before. And she saw her and she's like, I have a word of knowledge from the Lord for you. And she's like, what? And she's like, you're going to have a son. And it turned out she was already pregnant and she didn't even know it. And so, yeah, things like that. God does talk to and through people, but there's people that don't believe that. I wouldn't say they're not Christians because they don't believe that. It's
No. I think it's uncool to just dismiss me though, but that's all right. I'm not. It's not the first time. My dad has had himself has had interesting experiences where he's had dreams of people. He used to work in emergency units all the time, and on multiple occasions he's had dreams of people. He would always minister to people in the hospital. One time when he told me, he thought about becoming an artist, I said, Dad, why would you want to do that? I said, you are literally on the front lines all the time. He was always working with people who were dying, and on many occasions he was there when people made decisions for the Lord and was able to talk them through that process before they passed. On multiple occasions he had dreams of the people he saw who he was supposed to talk to that he never saw before until they were admitted the next day, and then he knew he was supposed to talk to them. So he would get those kinds of experiences. You can say what you want, man. That stuff is, not to mention, I myself have had some, so it's all good.
Yeah, what's funny is years and years before I ever even became a Christian, I would have a hard time dismissing the metaphysical reality because I woke up crying once from a dream that my mom was dead. And I called her to make sure she was okay. And then she just kind of dismissed it. She's like, oh yeah, it's just Andrea. And then her best friend called her with a similar situation. And my mom's like, huh. So my mom went to the doctor just to, let's see if everything is okay. The doctor said her blood pressure was so high he couldn't believe she was standing in front of him. She's like, she should have been dead just from how high her blood pressure was. And so, yeah, I mean, my mom's a Buddhist. At the time I was an agnostic, but there's more to this life than physical reality.
Yeah.
And you can't explain everything, and it's I don't know, that right there should have led me more into a deeper search for truth, but it didn't because I was a kid. I was a freshman.
I always believed. I don't remember a time when I didn't, but to your point, that's a very unique, not completely unique necessarily to me, but to your point, a lot of people come to faith in a different way. But I had no problem with it. It just seemed obvious to me. And but I also had some interesting dreams and stuff like that when I was young. And but that's not what everything. When I talk about other stuff, it's not about that type of thing. That's one of my problems though with like when I listen to some of the people that are like street ministries. I always feel careful because I know it takes all kinds. But and I will say this, man, when I see those guys like preaching with microphones and speakers that I know I can't hear what they're saying. I'm driving by at 45 miles an hour. I can't possibly understand what you're saying, brother. But I appreciate the boldness of it, though. So like, I'm not doing anything like that. So I it's cool. Like I said the other day, I've been talking about this a lot lately. I think we're going to be very surprised at the end. The majority of us were miles off, perhaps, even at the best of circumstances. When we finally get a dose of what's really going on, when the veil is finally lifted and we're like, whoa, we're now in that other realm, that other dimension of living with God in our new bodies. But I sure hope so. I need a new one. There's no way I can go through eternity with this one. It was jacked up. I need something fresh.
You gonna grow your hair back out?
Nah, man, I won't keep it. I hope it stays away. I don't know. I knew a guy one time that said that, no, if you die, the way you die is the way you're gonna, that's the way you're gonna be in eternity. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, yeah, you're gonna, like, if you get your head cut off, you're gonna be walking around without a head. Like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life, bro. And he tried to tell me, Jiminy Cricket says, John the Baptist was a crazy street preacher. He was, but people actually walked around back then. That wasn't that hard to preach to people when they were walking around. It's here when you're driving, and the guys, literally, there was a guy in my neighborhood one time. He had a speaker. He was on the corner talking to the cars driving by. I was like, gosh, I really want to hear what you have to say, man. I want to support you, but I got to get to the gas station. I got to keep moving. Got to keep it moving. I'm sorry.
No, I get it.
When I was a kid,
I've actually asked those guys one time if they've ever had anybody, converted from the way they were yelling at them. They're like, no. I'm like,
yeah.
Then again, you never know.
When I was a kid,
really feel called to it. I mean, not like those Westboro knuckleheads, but just people out there. I talk to those Comic-Con sign guys, and it's like, if you've got a good message, and you're not just telling people they're going to hell for cosplay, you might reach somebody. You never know.
Did you see that one time when Vic, whatever his name was, Mignonia, one of those guys?
No.
At a con, yeah. I was surprised. I was like, huh. But, again, man.
Speaking of Vic, he says, so what happens to us after we die? Well, I'm going to heaven.
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
So if you don't know what's going to happen to you, I can help you out.
Yeah, there's appointed once for man to die, and then the judgment.
After that, the judgment. You are either judged by your own righteousness or by accepting the righteousness of Christ before you die. I know which way I'm going.
Mike, what do you think about this?
It looks cool. The legs, I don't know, something about the legs almost just feel like he's got a blanket wrapped around him. Maybe it's like too consistent. Like maybe you should start thicker at the top and then just have a few wisps rather than
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe oops.
That's right, Brandon Moore. Absent from the body, present with the Lord. Absent from the body, present with the Lord.
Is
You doing anything for church?
No.
No. Is it because of lockdown or because your church is crazy?
Both. They still do the online thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I want to visit another one. There's another there's a what's it called? I can't remember the name of the church. It was forever in a different part of town, and I used to hear about it a lot from certain people. Did you read? Now you got me reading that website now. Damn it, Mike.
Which website?
Christian Headlines.
Oh yeah.
Did you see that there was a headline on there about that they are there's a see this. I have a conflict here about it, but basically, this person who's an ordained minister, I forget what city they're in. They have to perform wedding ceremonies for same-sex couples, or they pay a $5,000 fine.
Really?
But the reason why is because it's not a church. It's this lady. She's ordained, but she's it's like it's her business.
What?
Yeah, like she's got like a it's like a chapel thing, where she can marry people.
Oh.
And I feel like, I get it, but it's the same reason why I'm concerned about churches that are 501(c)s. Like you can't get too mad if you're taking money from the government, and then the government says, and the government switches. It's all good when
that's not how it works. You're not taking money from the government. You're just not giving money to the government.
It's the same difference, Mike. They're basically making a deal with the government, and then they don't want to have to deal with when the government requires certain things, like they always do. I don't like the government. I'm a small government guy.
Yeah.
But you I'm all for people getting some breaks, man, but it's about to go bad one day.
I don't see any reason why churches should pay taxes.
Well, maybe, but also we didn't need to grow these churches to giant buildings either.
No.
And I think that's part of it. I remember we got into this whole thing, a church I used to go to. It was cool at the time, but again, it was a lot of it was like, oh, this is what everybody does. And we sold what do you call it? Bonds, and to try to raise money for the building of this church. Then we built the church, but when the church got too small because one of the leaders left, the pastor left to become a missionary, and all of a sudden people didn't go, and now they had mortgages that they couldn't afford, because we had the building, then we had a second building. It was supposed to be the education building, and I was like, in retrospect, I remember thinking, this is not going to end well. Not because I didn't think they had a good heart for it. It was just they fell into something, I think, that was probably going to affect them in the long run, and it seems like it did. And that's unfortunate. It's a good church. It's a good little church, but but there's this one, like I've been talking about. There's one that I'm thinking about visiting, and they have several campuses around town, and but you got me thinking now. Oh gosh, I shouldn't even talk about this. About hosting a home church in my place too.
Hold on, my daughter's leaving. Be safe.
No, I'm gonna go do 100 drugs.
100 drugs? That doesn't sound good at all.
Don't drive drunk.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead. You got you thinking about doing a what now? A home ministry?
Hosting a home church at we have a couple of expats from the one I've been going to. And I got a funny feeling that's going to become something.
Cool.
I hope so.
I like that idea.
I'm not the best candidate for it, but it's but we're living in those times. That's some of the stuff I was talking about this past week. We're just in those times now where it's what did I say? They weren't asking, are you part of the PCA? Are you Episcopalian? Are you they just like renounce Jesus? That's it. That's what they're persecuting people for. Renounce Jesus.
Well, I think you should do it, and I think you should live stream it.
Yikers. I'm not sure I'm ready for that yet.
Dude. Legit. On God Squad. I changed the channel name to God Squad, by the way.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh. You didn't have to, though. I don't think that you had to.
I think it works. I think it works. You don't think it works?
No, it's good. It's good. All right, is that better, or does it look like a blanket?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, I know what you're trying to say. So maybe I don't need all these little holes. I'm just trying to make it look more stretched or
Yeah, make it look more gooey.
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 I don't know what gooey means, Mike.
I noticed that Mike is apologetic again. Haha. Right through this says he's an ordained minister and an agnostic who leads toward atheism. Being a minister means nothing. Right?
Sure. I like your name though.
Yeah, what's his face? Pighead. What's his name? Dave Johnson?
Yeah.
He's ordained as well.
Is he?
He's a raging atheist. Atheist, socialist, communist / douchebag. And he's a minister.
He's never been very nice to me.
That's because he's not a good person.
Yeah, I love what's his name? Urban Barbarian.
Dan
Panosian. Yeah, I love him. He's been great to me. Very kind to me.
Yeah.
Over the years.
Guy at heart.
Yeah.
Even though he can be kind of rambunctious when he disagrees with somebody online.
Yeah. Well, one time when I talked to him recently, I had a Harley Davidson shirt.
Mm-hmm.
He looked at me and he goes, "Oh, looks like we got some history." I said, "Oh, we might. I guess he used to be in a club." I love that about the bike culture, that there's a lot of, I got $5 on Amazon Prime, Bloodfather. Oh, so good. I love it. It's that movie I talk about. It's the Mel Gibson movie where he's
yeah.
Oh, I love that movie. I cried it every time. I shouldn't, but it's because of my daughter. Because
it's acted so poorly.
Shut up. You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth.
Mel Gibson's best performance. Come on.
What are you talking about? He's playing a biker.
Directed film.
Oh, well.
Good story, though.
Maybe Human says your legs are too fat, Mike.
Hey. No, he's looking at yours.
Oh, he's talking about your body, your physical form. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care.
I'm just going to leave this on the screen for you, Elliot.
It doesn't affect me, though. I don't care.
Danny Epsom Salt says, I think the right hip is too high.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go.
Maybe you should have his hand caressing his lower back a little. Is Mike pooping on Mel Gibson? No, I thought it was a good movie. I thought it could have been better with a better director, but it was good. Maybe it was the script. I don't know. Something about it was off. I might have to look through it. I have to read it, watch it again.
Oh well. Oh well. Maybe next time. Okay.
Danny Epsom Salt is suggesting that you flip the image, Elliot.
No, I don't have to do that. Thank you. Because I'm not like Mike. I'm not a perfectionist
tonight.
I'm not a perfectionist. I just draw how I want to draw it. Mike is the one that cares about what everybody thinks about his pectoralis maximus.
I don't care. I just want to get stuff right.
There's nothing right about this. We're talking about a guy fighting a monster. It's not right at all. It's not even real.
It's true. I just want to get through this part and print this out so I can actually work on it. I feel like this part isn't actually working on it. This is just like getting it to where it needs to be so I can actually work on it. Bum, 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 bum. You're going red again?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Kung Fu Kitty says, Mike, Mel Gibson is an excellent actor. For me to poop on.
Wow. Wow. Oh well. I like it.
You like it?
I like it. I like his brand of crazy. I'm all right with that. I also like Tom Cruise. Yeah, he's great.
He's got a particular brand of crazy.
I love that guy. He's one of my favorite. I love those Mission Impossible movies.
How about Night and Day?
I liked it. It's not, but I don't remember it much. I don't remember it much. So it must not be that great to me, since I don't remember it well. That's the one where he's with. That's the one with the girl from what's her name? The Charlie's Angels girl, right?
Cameron Diaz.
Cameron Diaz, yeah. I don't know. I guess it was just a little derivative of some of the other roles. Had he already done Mission Impossible by then? Yeah, he had.
I think that was the joke.
What?
That he was already, Mission Impossible dude. All right, that doesn't work at all.
That was a joke.
I don't know.
Is that movie like a spoof after all? I didn't register that.
I thought it was supposed to be like,
I knew it was a light-hearted action movie, but I mean, I think I liked it. At the end, they're on the beach, right? Something like that.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I was like, oh, I get if I think hard enough. I know there was that fight in the airplane, and there was the thing where he did on the bike, where she was switching around on his lap while he was racing on the bike. That was pretty exciting, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I still think about to this day as one of my favorite movies of that, not quite that sort, but it's movies like Desperado.
Desperado.
Quote that movie. I still say I love that scene where he's like behind the bar and he pulls the hammer back on the pistol and he slowly pushes it back, and when it goes click, he goes, ooh. I was like, oh, that was awesome. That was awesome. I love that. It was it was stupid, but like, all right, man. They clearly could hear you, bro. But still.
Best thing about Vanilla Sky was bringing the Monkees' The Porpoise song back into the public eye. Actually, the Spanish version of Vanilla Sky is really good.
Never heard of it.
Vanilla Sky. It's a Tom Cruise did the remake.
Cielo Vainilla?
Fitchy de Mush?
Mother what? What you call my mama?
What you call my mama? I don't think I'm gonna get this done tonight.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little tired. I'm getting a little red weary over here.
Red rum?
Red, yeah. By the way, did you see Dr. Sleep?
No, I haven't. Gosh darn it, that's another one I needed. How is it?
I watched it with my son. No, my daughter. It was good.
Yeah?
It was good. Unfortunately, though, it was not. It's not the same move. It doesn't have much to do. Well, that's not true. It doesn't really click in right with the Shining until the last act, and it didn't seem like that act was long enough to me. It had a good payoff. It was a good payoff, but it wasn't. I they didn't treat the Shining was so iconic because of the hotel and everything like that. And the hotel is important in this story. It's just not. It's not present for most of the film. Like it's not so much the hotel is important as it is that the impact of the hotel is.
The hotel's a character in the.
It's not much of a character.
Yeah.
It is a character at the end. Like it's an important one for the climax, but it's not. I was like, oh, I would have liked to have seen, but it does. I feel like that's kind of what Stephen King writes anyway. Like it felt like a Stephen King type of story where it's like, it's not quite finished right. So in that way, it's in the spirit of anything that's written by King. But I liked it. I liked it. Ewan McGregor was a good actor in it. What's that?
That's the completed cover for Clash of Kings. I don't know if I should bring this up, but I've really kind of been debating whether to quit working on these.
Really?
Because of what Nick did.
Because he changed it?
Oh my gosh, this is what you don't know. This is what we started out.
You said that he put the wrong face on or whatever?
No, Nick Barucci.
I don't know who's talking about. I don't know what's going on with that.
Dynamite Comics.
Okay.
I can't believe you don't know this. So War Campaign came out earlier while I was on vacation and said that remember the whole Pride is a Sin thing?
Sure.
That Ethan was given essentially a directive by Dynamite to kick me out of Comicsgate or to get me to leave Comicsgate. And that is why Ethan blew up on me on the Pride is a Sin thing and then derided me for 3 hours that night. And the fact that Nick would do that really makes me not want to work with Nick anymore.
Are you sure about all that though, Mike?
I know what I know. I know that Ethan told me before we did our little kumbaya that that this was what I was doing was a threat to a big deal, with this company. And I know it was Dynamite at the time. Yeah, and he did kind of screw me over directly. And I know one of our mutual friends knew about it.
Okay.
And other people did too. But so the fact that people knew that I had the way War Campaign or the way Roe and Pan put it was that Nick put a hit out on me. And it made what Ethan said make so much more sense when he said, look, you have, Comicsgate is about putting the customer first. And if you can't put your customer before your religion, then you need to decide whether or not you want to be Comicsgate. That was an ultimatum. A pretty bald-faced, black and white ultimatum. If you can't put customers before God?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that.
Of all people to say that to me.
Yeah. Well, and like we've talked about before on multiple occasions, that was not the spirit of what Comicsgate was, at least as it was presented to us. That was one of the particular things that everyone was so concerned about, as to like, whoa, this happened, and why should you? This is supposed to be the oasis or the haven for people like us. Not me, people like you, who and himself, Ethan. His own conflicts with DC over his personal choices was the whole reason why we were all sympathetic to him and everyone's involvement in this movement.
Mm-hmm.
Stated. Well, it's not quite what happened. Well, I guess I'll talk to you more behind the scenes about that information. I just feel like I don't trust anybody anymore, so I don't know. But you're much kinder than I am.
I don't think I'm kind at all.
You between the two of us, you are. You're Mike the kind. Mike, you're one of the knights of the round table. You're Mike the kind. I am the jerk monger. Always. I draw how I want to draw, and I tell people to shut up. You keep your interior sclerosis to yourself. Here we go.
Kung Fu Kitty says, if somebody is forcing that ultimatum, the choice becomes clear. The choice was, my reaction to that was, who the hell are you to say who does and doesn't belong, or to define Comicsgate? All right, because that's kind of an issue with comics. There is no definition. So, but I always thought that was such a bizarre thing to try to ultimatum me on. But now it makes complete sense that he would say it with that added information from War Campaign.
Is that really news to you though? Ultimately, though,
that
surprising to you that
no. That's the thing, is I knew that he was getting pressure from Dynamite about that tweet. That he told me point blank. Not that it was Dynamite. Actually, I just don't remember when, because I always knew it was Dynamite, because I knew he lives right by Nick. But I think he was still being kind of coy about it.
Mm-hmm.
But he told me flat out he was getting pressure about that.
Yeah. Oh.
And so when the words came out of Rose's mouth about what he told them, that he was ordered to get rid of me, that's like just 10% further than what I already knew. So it's so believable because of what I already knew that I have no problem believing it.
All right. Well, fair enough.
Victor, stop. He says, what Ethan was trying to do was get you in line, Mike. How are you going to be upset that you didn't want to listen? Victor, all I freaking said was pride was a sin. Literally. All I said was pride was a sin.
Is he being sincere about that?
I never know what Victor's talking about.
Yeah, well, I don't think Comicsgate was supposed to be about getting anything in line. That's
right.
That's the mistake. If you're being facetious, that's fine. But if you're being sincere, I will state outright here, that's not what this was supposed to be about. There were too many people upset because of the way they were treated at these companies because of personal decisions, equating voting for people as though it were a religious movement, and they were being persecuted. It was the language that I was hearing. That's why I had any sympathy for anyone that was involved in Comicsgate at the time. And I thought that was wrong. And for anyone to then push that same kind of persecution on someone, persecution might be a strong word, but essentially that was the word I heard for people who were just voting for Trump. So if that's persecution, then what do you call giving someone a hard time for their religious beliefs. I wouldn't be mad at someone who was proselytizing Islam if that's what their religious belief was. Seems like it works okay for everybody else, and I don't believe in that. I think that is a severe inconsistency, and creates a schism, and what should have been just a bunch of guys kind of at least supporting each other for doing their own thing.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't supposed to be your own thing, then I wish I had never gotten involved with it. Period. You can quote me on that and do whatever you want to do with that.
Yeah, I think that decision that day ultimately destroyed the entire movement.
Yeah, I thought it was butter in the beginning. From early on, I knew there was problems with it when people were making demands of other people to do certain things and all that stuff. To me, that's insincere, and it was not consistent with the ethos that we had all kind of signed up for.
Right.
We all had a particular part in this, and if it wasn't for that, that's fine. And I just wish I had been clearer to me, so that I wouldn't have fallen for the garbage discussions that ultimately, which is fine. I said this 1,000 times. I got no problem with anybody's hustle. If that's your thing, it's your thing. But I prefer to be on the clear side of that discussion, and from the beginning, and not act like this is just we're just all of a sudden, oh no, it's because Mike's crazy. Mike wasn't crazy. Mike was being Mike. Mike was the same all the time. It just happened that one day. Well, and to your point, if that's what it was for, I can see why maybe I can maybe feel a little more closure on it. But it was just for me, that was just one more thing that was happening. We had talked about that before. There was a lot of weird stuff going on. Whatever. It's all good. Keep your business and it'll be good. As long as you're successful, you don't have to worry about me. There I go.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Elliot, you rapscallion.
I am. Well,
says the minute things
by the way.
The minute things became clear to me was when EVS said Mike wasn't crucified like Christ, and Christ forgave. So how can't Mike forgive? By forgive, he meant go along with.
Yeah, that was just. Look, I have a real problem in general. Again, you can think what you want to think. I don't have a problem with you thinking I'm crazy but don't try to co-opt my language, even from our religion, to try to just. I don't see how that's any different than the money changers. To me, that's you taking something that is precious and that has eternal value in how we express those ideas, and then trying to make that part of a way to cover up a transgression like that. Look, man, if you just take it as you won. Whoever wins in that, you won. You walk away, you got all the business, no problem. But don't do that, man. That's not even fair. That bothered me a lot when I hear people say, "Oh, that's not the Christian thing to do." What are you talking about? Nothing that's going on in that whole situation was Christian. Nothing. It's always great to hear people talk about Jesus when it's convenient.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah. I'm getting twisted. I'm trying to be cool with people, but for crying out loud, man, enough is enough with that mess, man. But anyway, I'll save that for another time.
Yeah.
That's not my cup of tea. That's thing. I've talked to you about that too, Mike. I might not have done things that way, but that's how you've always done it. And it culminated in that situation, and I don't think I think if nothing else, you can say, oh, this, you had to deal with it, the consequences of something like that from the people that would be the most offended by that. But to then paint it like it was something that was unexpected I thought that was kind of a sorry approach. I was like, wow,
it was so out of the blue and seemingly random, right?
Yeah.
But now it totally makes sense.
What I mean is, though, that you were going to get your consequences from people, and you were prepared for those kinds of consequences. That's why you do that. I get it. That's not my way, but I get it. But to add more fuel to that for that, oh, come on. All right, I guess. Keep it going. Keep it humming.
Whatever indeed, Elliot. People who disdain Christ trying to twist the word, even the devil can quote the Bible. Oh, and he does. And he does. What I find from a lot of these guys, though, is when they try to quote the Bible, they absolutely have no idea what they're talking about. At least the devil. The devil knows the Bible inside and out and can quote it accurately to try to twist your view on things. But I'm not even thinking about it. I'm thinking about somebody else I had a conversation with the other day. He's like, "Thou shalt not judge, Mike," and I'm like, "Do you even know the rest of that passage?" I gave him a little Bible history on judgment and all that stuff, and he's like, "Oh, okay."
Well, again, I don't think that social media is the best place for.
Oh no, this was a phone call.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, I've seen those conversations on social. I don't think that my aim is always in those situations to build a bridge for some sort of further discussion later. I was listening to the gal that's been, I really appreciate her, the BD lady. I like her a lot.
The what lady?
The black lady that's been becoming very popular. She's the one that poured the black paint on the black.
Oh yeah, I like her.
I like her a lot, but I would say that we probably have differing opinions, or at least our theological bases. But it's all good. I still think she's a believer. I just she's definitely on the side of making going hard on those kinds of ideas. With that said, she made some really, really good points about a lot of the stuff that we're talking about lately, and how the importance of discipleship. And that's all I've ever really been trying to drive, is like, when my goal is to build that connection with people where it becomes relationship. And then from there, we hear each other. And I think that's really what I think a lot of us are either we're doing it on purpose or we're doing it, unaware, but it's still happening. That's why when people mock me for being too passive, it's like, I don't get it twisted. I'm really a jerk. I really am a jerk. I'm trying to say it's better if I can find a common ground with someone that we can build on, and then hopefully, as we continue to walk together, you'll see something. Now, maybe we don't have time for all that now. I think it's still, but she talks about it, even though she's advocating for being more assertive with our faith. I appreciate that, though. That doesn't just take all kinds. Sometimes it takes all kinds of different tactics at different times. There's a time and place for everything. There might come a time where I will be the one that you'll see on TV. I don't know. I've done stuff like that before, where I've had to stand up for something like that. I'm just going to be careful that, is it that time? Is this it? Okay. Because if it is it, then
game on.
Then it's a whole other thing. That's my point. We're not going to be, yeah. I'm not going to debate people over whether it was an apple or a pear, that kind of stuff. But When they start talking about renounce Christ, then we got issues. I don't know. And I don't know. It's just ironic, all this other stuff.
Isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
Yeah, a little too ironic. It's like rain on your wedding day.
That's
Is that really ironic?
Oh. There's no irony in that.
No, it's just rain. It's just weather, dummy.
That's unfortunate. Yeah. Isn't it unfortunate?
Doesn't it suck? Yeah, it really
Doesn't it suck when
it rains. Yeah, I got you, dummy.
Or you get good advice and you just didn't take it because you're an idiot.
Yeah, it's called foolishness.
Yeah. Isn't it foolish? Don't you think?
This is a whole other interpretation of Venom that I'm drawing here.
Good.
I like it.
Good. He will be entered into the Blacklist universe. Maybe you should start creating stuff for Blacklist universe.
What are you talking about?
Just expand the universe. It'll be part of my universe. Then it'll be our universe. It'll just be a universe.
Mike, you don't want me involved in that mess.
What?
I'm still doing Doom Kicker.
You'll need multiple. Well, I mean,
maybe we'll work on stuff.
I'll be doing this for a while. Don't worry about it.
Hey, that's true.
This is going to be my life's work, man.
I'll be a Rob Liefeld.
You'll be. Wait a minute. I'm going to hire Rob to be my Rob Liefeld. One of these days. Because I know, at least, that Rob still likes me.
Does he?
Yeah.
Like Dean Cain, and I love him.
He just didn't want to touch anything to do with Comicsgate with a 20-foot pole. So,
well, in retrospect, that was probably the wisest thing he's ever done. And I certainly wish all those guys super success. I really do. I'm glad that Malin's book is doing well. I'm genuinely happy for him, and and even Ethan. I'm glad that he's doing well. I am. I don't wish any harm on nobody. I really want everyone to succeed, and I wish that we could have been just more forthcoming earlier. But it is what it is, and that's why. The important thing is not to stay stuck there, but to keep moving on and say, all right, well, what's next?
Not that it wasn't forthcoming. It's just that he's a man without principles. And so no, I mean this is the bottom line of what it was. He had an idea, or he glommed onto an idea that was a good idea, and he sold us all on that idea, and that's why I came on board. And then because he saw a business opportunity or something with Nick, he decided to literally, I mean, in that discussion, I remember, because I'm like, dude, this is exactly what happened to you because, you wanted to stand up for what you believed in, and, voting for Trump or whatever it is. And in that conversation, he's like, well, I figured out that I was wrong and that I never should have spoke up about politics or any of that stuff. And I'm right there. I was like, you have zero principles. You are just full of crap. And it flabbergasted. I couldn't even answer at that moment because it was so flabbergastingly unprincipled a thing to say or to even think. It just blew my mind. I should have just noped out that second.
But Mike, and this goes back to something we were discussing earlier. I think, look, man, I'm gonna quote the great prophet. What's his name?
Muhammad Ali.
No, Chris Rock. That tiger didn't go crazy. That tiger went tiger. You know, the passage that talks about being unequally yoked, as I've been taught that has less to do with marriage as it does to do with business.
Yeah, I know. Right?
And that's what I've been taught is the actual context for that. And I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
You know, to be fair to that, the reason, you know, I've known Ethan for a quarter century, and I've fought with him most of that time. But over a few posts in Facebook, over some personal conversations we had, I really did think that he had, you know, grown some sort of a relationship with God. Right. I mean, you could go back to that one video where we were, you know, sitting there. I was drawing the Comicsgate Alliance piece. He was with me that whole night. I was drawing that Comicsgate Alliance piece, which is hilarious because now he goes back and says, what a problematic piece that was for me to do. And he was literally on the stream with me while I was drawing it the whole time. But he was telling me on that stream how you know, he prays again, and how his dad cries, you know, when his dad cried when he heard that he had started praying again, you know, and he was just like, really, I didn't realize at the time, I should have, that he was probably full of crap.
Well, even if he wasn't, this is the thing. Well, you know, what is the money's not the problem. It's the love of money. And it causes people to do crazy stuff sometimes. I know,
but you know what? The power of Christ can change people. So
it also compels you, but I had to do it.
That's, you know, I that was my benefit of the doubt that I was giving him. And he had posted on Facebook one time and I didn't realize he was being facetious. But he had posted that he had become a born again Christian, and he said, thanks to Pastor Mike Miller. I'm like, what? So, and then he had told me personally that, you know, it was me standing up for my faith and sticking up for what I believed in that had moved him towards accepting God back into his life and all of this stuff. Right? That if he did believe it, he just flushed it all for filthy lucre.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I smell fish all along.
Yeah.
I'm gonna smell fishy all along. And it's not because he couldn't be sincere about that. That could easily have been a sincere thing, but I'm just saying that as it relates to most of the stuff, it's just, you know, it's not really because of him at all or anything like that. Actually, for me, it's because I'm a pessimist, and at some, you know, it's a flaw for me when it's bad for me when I'm supposed to be trusting God, but it's also good for me when I'm like, I don't trust nobody, because I'm from the Bronx.
Like my wife.
I'm from the Bronx, man.
I trust in people way too much.
Yeah, I don't believe people that fast. I need to see a lot more evidence. Look, man, that's part of one of the, you know, look, I'm coming around to a different place in my own life from a Christian perspective on how I feel about, you know, groups of people that I used to deal with and things like kind of cult ministry. But I will say this, though. The one thing that I always learned to do was to just be careful with whatever I thought was coming, especially for things like that. It's always too good to be true for me. Always. I'm the guy who's going to be the most impressed when anything good happens, because I'm like, holy crap, that was going to be a bomb if it went the way I thought it was going to go. But at least I was prepared for it. You know, I never really took it any further. Look, I'm not saying I don't want to take that. I don't know everybody's heart in this circumstance to be like, oh, that person was clearly this or that. I don't know that for sure. In all honesty, I can't speak to that exactly. But was the potential there all along? for something like that to go. And I noticed things were weird when people were, sometimes it was just the way people were acting around him, with the weirdness of, the goofy talk that at first sounded like it was all, kayfabe stuff, as they called it. But then it turns out some of it wasn't. And I couldn't tell the difference sometimes with the way people were going through it. It was very weird. And there was some stuff that I had observed that I thought was not consistent with what I thought we were talking about. And the other part of it was, I am also pessimistic, I was also really hopeful that I was wrong. Because I really thought, especially at the time, that this would have been really, really cool if it worked out the way we were talking about it.
Yeah.
And a lot of good things came from it. I know, to be perfectly honest, after all, I made some great relationships with people since then because of what Comicsgate was at the time. And I'm very grateful for that, man. We have there's a lot of good people, still people that are even still part of it that I still consider friends, that I'm like, yeah, man, that's all good. Just because I'm not hanging out with everybody doesn't mean that I can't be your friend. But then I'm also not surprised when they think I'm not theirs, because I'm like, well, and now I'm at the point now I just don't care. I'm like, well, that's fine, whatever, it's game over. I don't need that. I'm trying to do other things, and obviously this is a good business move for some of those individuals, and Godspeed, man. If that's what's good for you, then, but it's not good for me, not the way it was packaged, not the way it's been going. So I'm like, I got to do other stuff. And I got to do it by myself. I can't be depending on people like that. It's not fair either, because they're not able to do it for me. Let's be honest. If what I'm saying, if all the stuff that I just said on your channel last week is true, nobody can be that, could be good enough to take care of everything I need them to take care of. And then on top of that, I needed to be, you can't, that's something that I was talking with somebody else just today. This is not set up for partnerships and stuff like that. I don't believe it. I think you need to do your own thing. And that's why I was hoping it was what I thought it was, because you need to do your own thing and I do my own thing, and everybody does their own thing. It doesn't mean there can't be, collaborations along the way, but to me, that's like a later, a secondary, tertiary step later, once you've established your business model and you're rocking and rolling. Like look how it is. People think that, oh, if I make this much money, I'm successful. Like, yeah. Now I'm realizing, no, and even with the money I made, it's not as much as you think it is.
Yeah.
And so people were kind of coming into this thinking that this was going to be perfect, and then through some weird loyalty thing, they're acting like it's still the same, like it's still good. Like, well, that's not bad. It could still be positive. It's still building to something if you're willing to go through that. But I'm talking about guys like me who have families and stuff. This was not that simple. It couldn't be. And so it really just kind of confirmed some of my own pessimistic concepts about it. And I in this regard, I wish that I was wrong, because I really liked a lot of those guys, and
yeah,
and I appreciate them for who they are, just for who they are. I'm just saying that as of right now, I have to kind of. I'm still a little concerned when you talk about the sources of your information. I'm like, okay, but not too long ago, those same people were just tearing you apart. I don't like that idea.
Yeah. And if I didn't already know 90% of it was true, I wouldn't jump in and say, oh, well, it's all true. I'm just saying that I already know 90% of it is true, and so the other 10% doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I just don't want you to get caught up in another, supernova of crazy. Just because, No,
I mean, dude, that's why I started this when I was talking earlier. I was like, freaking war campaign people are apologizing to me.
And that's great.
Right?
I still need to see. I need some more evidence personally, but because some of the stuff that they were doing to you was heinous, man. I'm glad they're apologizing. You deserve the apologies. I really hope that that's sincere, because I'm gonna, they haven't done anything to me necessarily, so I'll just sit back and I'd be grateful for you, but my Puerto Rican spider senses stay a tingling.
I hear you.
And I think that that's fair. I don't think you can. You can't just come in. No, I'm saying I don't think you can just come in to. Listen, I'm not. This is the first time I've been this vocal outside of our our private conversations about this. If what I'm saying is true about how I take things, then this is consistent with who I say I am. I need to see evidence of that stuff, because this is not about comics anymore for me. This is about life. And we're trying to do life with each other. And that's what I value the most. So I can't be backing people who are just going to do crazy stuff. And I've seen how they go back and forth, and they all seem fickle. So I'm going to be humble as a dove as much as I can, but believe this, I'm also going to be wise as a viper. Just keep my eyes peeled. But I'm also not involved in any of that to the extent that you might be. So they didn't quite do it to me like they did it to you. So I'm glad. I'm glad that you're getting some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Vindication.
I don't know so much vindication.
Well,
when someone has the fortitude to fess up for doing something wrong, I really appreciate it. So, and these are fans. It's not like they're just fans who are doing memes and spreading memes and all that kind of stuff, and they were apologizing to me because of now they know that I was set up. I was set up and I was unfairly treated by them, and ultimately by most of Comicsgate. And the apology, it means something to me. And I'm not going to sit here and ask for an apology for every single person who shared a meme or spread a rumor that they didn't know was a lie or whatever. But for anybody who does, I very, very much appreciate it, because it takes, dude, this whole, you don't apologize crap. It takes a freaking man to apologize.
No, that's true.
Or a very, it takes a woman with huevos. It's the coward and the sniveler that won't own up to the wrongs that they have done.
No, I hear you. Like I said, I'm probably wrong about everything I'm saying. So I genuinely want to be wrong. I'm just very careful, because we got bigger fish to fry, Mike. This life is too short. And I survived so far by the skin of my teeth. A couple of hard things in recent years, and I don't got time for this nonsense. I need to be about bigger stuff, whether it's my own business or eternal business, which is still my business, right? It's our business. If you're a believer, you have bigger fish to fry in this world. That's just encouraging. That's not to make anybody feel guilty, because I'm usually falling short of that. But I'm saying it's okay to fall short, as long as you remember that that's still the goal. That's still the call. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand. That's why they're confused about my approach and how I talk about some of the stuff, because they just assume it's always how they see the world. And I'm like, no, there's more going on. And at least for me, and that's why they make fun of people like us, because they're like, yeah. And it's funny, because I got more of that from this crowd, than I had by a lot of other people that they were all telling me I was supposed to be worried about. I went to a show one time thinking I was going to get punched in the face. Nothing happened. Nothing. But I get more crazy coming from our end. I'm thinking, what's going on over here? Oh, it's just crazy. No, whatever, man. There's a lot going on.
Finish my breakdown.
Huh?
I mean, I could keep working on it, but this is about as far as I like to get before I grab it, print it out, and then start penciling. Tightening.
Are you wrapping it up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm done with this, so I'm just going to put it on your screen.
I'm probably just going to keep. I definitely did Venom, so we got to figure out if he's going to be somebody else. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. We'll fix this right now.
We'll call him Poison.
Yeah. He's an alien from another world.
From a world.
This is maybe he's got like, or not, maybe not alien, some kind of creature from the abyss.
The Abuso.
Oh, kind of looks like something out of Ultraman.
Oh yeah.
So we'll get rid of these. That was the original inspiration, was that, but it was just inspiration. The haters can stop hating.
You are my inspiration, Louise. Let's see what the chat says. James Hayes says, as a social media movement, someone with a large audience can influence how another person is viewed or treated far too easily. It's true. It's funny. It's something I should have learned in high school, because I used to say it. You can't fight the media. I used to say it in high school because I would be the media.
Huh.
I would make flyers. I would make T-shirts, and I would do some horrible things. You can't fight the media. Park Ranger says hashtag comics healing. Steve Swanson says, my question was EVS knew SJWs in comics would attack anyone who worked with him, but did he tell Jay Lee that? Or did Lee just do work for an old friend and EVS didn't bother to protect him? I don't know. That's all speculation, conjecture. And I've talked to Jay about stuff. So I don't think he's quite as ignorant as Tom King is saying he is. But whatever. Brandon Moore says EVS admitted that he was working with Dynamite from the beginning. Yeah, I saw that. Steve Swanson says, but I thought CG was outraged when companies cost people work due to social pressure. Well, that's just what the whole movement started on.
That was the sell.
Yep.
That's what everybody thought.
You know, that hand does look a little comfortable. Like he's getting a grab rather than a grip. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm done with it. Done with it. Maybe he's look. Don't judge the alien.
Don't judge the alien, people. You don't know where the rest of that tongue is.
It's right on his arm. You don't see it?
All right. We do know. It's not a bifurcated tongue.
Wow.
It's
Mr. Grabby Hands.
that tongue's my favorite part. Looks great.
All right, let's rethink this hand.
Do the John Byrne. Do this one. Grab, like spread fingers and just like it's trying to dig it into his back.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm doing that with my mouth, but you know.
That was also weird. Let me see. What about maybe it's, what is this thing at? Maybe
freaking Victor. Sorry, this is really creepy. That's why I'm putting it up. Victor says, my bottom line is, what right do people have to derail such an incredible artist, good father, friend, brother, lover like Mike Esmel?
Well, according to this drawing,
oh, Victor,
it's a whole new level of Mike.
It's sorry guys, I've been not paying attention to the chat for too long here. Scrolling back up. I'm looking at Indiegogo. I don't see the new mail-in thing. It's Graveyard Shift 3. It's kind of funny because I was defending mail-in because I don't know if you know he's not working on Graveyard Shift 3.
I think I heard you talk about that.
Yeah, and the fans in the chat on Jalapeno Milks today, they were pretty livid about it, and I'm like, look, that's it's not a bad business decision for Malin, and obviously, people know it's not like he's scamming anybody.
Dude.
And they're still buying the book. So that speaks volumes to Mark Polton's writing ability.
Yeah.
That they're not selling this book on Malin's ability.
Man, leave Malin alone, man. That guy's doing a business. That's his business. If you don't want the book, don't buy it. If you want the book, buy it and buy 12 of them if you want. Come on. God.
Buy 12 mega first.
Sure. He's just trying to make this is what I understand. This is why it doesn't seem to work out so well to me when everyone has their hands. What do we always say? There's too many cooks in the kitchen. You all can't. You got to let us run the business that we started, good or bad. And if you don't like it, you know what? It wasn't sold to you as wolf tickets or anything. It was what it was. Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
You're back.
Okay, because I was like, oh, I'm still frozen on my end.
No, that's right. It's being offered. Obviously, John wants to work on his personal project, which I totally understand.
Absolutely.
But one of these days, you're gonna see a Lone Star offering that I'm not gonna be drawing, and that's just the thing. I have a bunch of other stuff I want to work on, and so I'm not going to be drawing Lone Star for the rest of my life. I might come back to it here and there for the rest of my life, but it won't be the one thing that I do for the rest of my life.
It just goes back to that weird notion that, I talk about this a lot, and maybe I'm going to make some people angry here, but when I go into McDonald's, I don't go like, hey, I only wanted the one guy to make that cheeseburger. Like, it's McDonald's. I'm going there for the cheeseburger. If that guy is that good at making a McDonald's cheeseburger, he should open up his own franchise and then make his own thing, and then it wouldn't be the same thing he was making over there anyway. It's just too much. It's too much, and it's very frustrating as a creator when you're trying to get things going. There's expectations, and I think maybe they're valid expectations, but I'm like, man, some of that stuff is just crazy. you it almost makes me not forget it. I think I'll say no more. I'm gonna get in trouble. Oh, Elliot, shut up. And if Andy were here, he'd be kicking me.
No, but it's part of the what I always thought was a ridiculous notion of what some people, and it's not just Ethan, but some people in Comicsgate say that it's, the customer is always right. And if the customer doesn't want, books with monsters in it, then I'll try books with pixies in it. Or, it's like, no, I'm going to do my freaking story. And if the customer doesn't like it, I'm sorry if I sound like one of your SJWs, but if you don't like my story, then don't buy it. I'm not here to try to run polls to see what story ideas or what story elements are going to be the most desirable to the maximum number of my customers. I'm going to create stories and characters that I enjoy creating, and I enjoy drawing, and I enjoy writing, and hope that I do a good enough job that other people will also enjoy them. I'm not here to freaking get my finger wet and stick it in the wind and say, where does Comicsgate want me to go with this story? I think that's idiotic.
I think, and I would add to that though, if people are doing that for that reason, there's nothing wrong with that either. That's a business model, but that's not necessarily what everyone's business. And I think what's happened is that everyone said, again, that was the beauty of Comicsgate, right? We were all doing it together.
Whatever you want.
And we do whatever you want. And some people are going to do monsters, and some people are going to do this, some people are going to do that. And then early on, all of a sudden I started noticing people were like trying to get, oh, well, you should do this, you should do that. And I'm like, that's interesting. That's not what,
Because that's what they were hearing was the Comicsgate model. And it's like, no.
Right.
That's not the Comicsgate model. In fact, there's no...
No,
I'm always repeating it. There's no definition. How can there be a model? There's no...
Well, I'll take it even further than that. Let's forget about CG. Let's not even mention it anymore. Here's what it is. That's not what crowdfunding is.
Yeah.
Crowdfunding is a tool for one to produce a project and for their supporters to encourage them with support to produce said project. That's it. If you thought we were here, the problem, I came in here pretty wide-eyed at first when I remember thinking, oh, we're going to provide a genuine alternative. And this is a genuine alternative still, but maybe the mistake I was making was thinking that this was supposed to be something else anyway. But reality is this is whatever one makes it to be. If I want to do, look, I'm also aware that some of you, what I'm always befuddled by is how many creators are surprised when their projects aren't successful. And I can say that there's definitely a customer like base. There's a particular demographic. I'm a big believer in demographics, and that's okay. But and then so it's up to the creator to say, okay, look, man, I'm going to produce something, and if the crowd funds it, then it's worthy of production. What's driving me crazy is that people fund it and then they're like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't have funded it. Well, then you shouldn't have funded it, because now it's a bad read on our part. Because now guess what? Now I have to create something. I'm thinking it's good that you guys liked it, and then to find out you didn't like it, it would have been better if you hadn't. I'm not saying don't fund the project. I'm not trying to kick my customers out. I'm just saying, when you treat it like that, you've actually deceived the creator into thinking they were producing something you really wanted. If I was creating something you didn't want and you didn't fund it, guess what I wouldn't be doing right now? Working on the thing that nobody wants. Especially if you're trying to do like an extra project, a next chapter or next volume. Let it be what it is. And I'd rather you do it like that, so that way we can say, okay, it is what it is, and we're going to keep it moving and everybody's happy. But what it turned into is like a bunch of customers. Look, I come from a customer service oriented background. The customer is right to a degree. That's because I want to please my customer, but I'm not, make no mistake, I'm not your slave. I'm still trying to produce something for me. This is still my business.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
$5. I'm sorry, but you're not purchasing me. Right? You're purchasing a comic book that I produce.
That's right.
So what we've got here going on is I keep trying to pull away from brand Way of the Gun, but somehow or another, Antonio and our friend Kanan over here keep getting more sales. So he's like nipping right back up on my bud. So I'm only at this point $20 ahead again, and this has been going on for like 2 days now. This book was not moving.
It's like Battle of the Network stars over here.
Suddenly, he's constantly pulling ahead of me or like right behind me. It's like neck and neck. So guys, if you could, if you want to back brand Way of the Gun, I understand, but please go back Magnificent 7 first, because it's clearly a better project because it's mine. Magnificent 7, the craziest, zaniest political parody ever to see publication from me at the very least. Early bird special still available. You can get the metal prints, all 4 metal prints, all 4 signed comics, $26, not $26, 26 out of 100 claim, $150. That's a deal of a steal. Digital copy, pick a cover, 183 claimed. You can buy all 3 and get 1 free for only $30. That's not too shabby at all. You can still grab Lone Star 1 and 2, 25 out of 100 claimed there. Lone Star for the troops. I mean, Magnificent 7 for the troops. You get a copy, and I send at cost as much as I can to the troops, minimum 10. I imagine printing will allow me to do 10, even if I only have, $27,000 worth of orders. So, but hopefully as many as 20. That'd be great. I'm sending boxes and boxes of Lone Star and Lone Star 2 out. So I still haven't done that yet. I'm still waiting to complete the last 200 orders I have with the metal prints. But anyways, limited signed Caitlin Bennett Gun Girl covers, 9 out of 25 claims. Sorry, the Dean Cain ones are sold out. You can still be in the comic, be in the crowd behind Trump, or if you have a character of your own creation that you want to see in there, $200, and I can do that. I'm doing that for one guy, and I'm like, hey, I can do that for other people too. So if you've got a superhero or something you want to stick in the background there, $200. And the original covers are still there. So please do give that a look, see. And then again, after you're done with that, you can go back brand Way of the Gun if you have to. And I understand if you want to, because it is a beautiful project. It's kind of creepy, though. Look at that. That's some creepy stuff. I was encouraging. Oh, good. He listened. Maybe that's why he put a much more appealing cover on here, because the original image he had up here was essentially him with his shirt off. It was just man boob on the cover. And I'm like, I'm sure that's going to reach the widest possible audience.
There goes the demographic conversation right there.
And of course, we have Sir Elliot's Doom Kicker, $59,600. Hey, it moved.
Yeah, all right on. Right on. Yeah, we're getting close to 60.
Get on it, grab it like you want it. What you actually want here, though, again, is the Mike Miller cover, because there it is.
Indeed.
It's beautiful.
It's better than my cover. I'm probably, just so you know, Michael, I'm planning on redoing the colors on that. So just so you know.
Yeah, I want to see.
I'm going to do on your cover.
Rock and roll. Well, everybody, Oh, also, I didn't even think about it. If you want it, Magnificent 7 Kickstarter. If you want to go to Kickstarter, that's not it. That's the Magnificence. What is going on? Suche. What does it say? Suche nach Projekten oder Kategorien. What language did I stumble into? Finanzierung.
That sounds like I'm in IKEA.
Fehlgeschlagen. Die Finanzierungen dieses Projekts wurden nicht bis zum Zieldatum in December. That's German. I do believe.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Such nach Projekten oder Kategorien. Magnificent 7, por favor.
Also known as Muga.
I think I'm stuck in Germany's Kickstarter. I don't know
what.
I don't know how this happened. What is happening?
The happening. Not the happening. The happening. Did you misspell it or something?
I don't know why I am in Germany. Anyways, there's a Matthew Weldon cover. I don't know. Finn? Is it Finnish? I don't know. This is all right. Let's go back to Indiegogo then. Anyways, the Kickstarter has the Matthew Weldon cover. It's really cool. If you want to go search that, I don't know why. I really have no clue what's going on. Anybody want to check it on Bitcoin? No.
Do me a favor. Next time, just do a simple comic book with superheroes in it, without politics stuff.
Hot dang!
Please.
Bitcoin's doing good. My portfolio has gone up $400 since this campaign, since this stream started.
It's because of my words, right? Because of what I said.
You got it.
People hear me and they say things like, "Oh, it's an apocalypse." Fernandez is talking.
The Space for Rent says first shadow ban, now deported. Maybe Human says Kickstarter sucks, Mike's. Come back to CG. Maybe Human, I don't know if you've heard, but I'm shadow banned on Indiegogo. You can't find my book by searching. Here, I'll show you. Go to Indiegogo.
Okay.
And then go hit Explore Comics. I'm just going to do this by most funded. It doesn't matter what you use. I'm going to click down here until I get to the 27,000 section, and you'll see that my book isn't there. It should be between Brand Way of the Gun, which was before Earthbound earlier today, so they really have and Super Harem. So we're $300 away from eclipsing this smut. And Brand is hot on our trail, but we should be right in between those two books, and yet we are not, because I am being shadow banned on Indiegogo. So you tell me. Is that any better than Kickstarter? Who's on the trust and safety on Indiegogo? I don't know, but that's the team I emailed. They have never emailed me back. Anyways.
It's unacceptable.
Unacceptable. Because, see, the only reason Brand The Way of the Gun is catching up to me is because they're not shadow banned.
That's true.
Has nothing to do with Kanan's fantastic art or Antonio's great writing.
No, nothing at all.
Because they're not shadow banned. Anyways, thanks everybody for being here. Elliot Fernandez.
Yo, have a great night, y'all.
What video should we go out with? I know your favorite.
Ramsey's number one. He knows the secrets of desire.
I love it. That's my favorite one.
All right, folks.
Okay, folks, let's start the countdown.
All right, we're gonna.
There's nothing gay about it.
I gotta figure one of these out. Oh, you know what I can do? The bullpen. I'll go out on the bullpen. Thanks everybody for being here. God bless you. Elliot, do you want to do a cross-examinations on Sunday?
I can't promise because I'm supposed to be going to my mother-in-law's place.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you find time, just log in and do one. Because I don't do them on Sundays. I don't scream on Sundays. So.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to use your. Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir.
All right. God bless everybody. Bye.